no bluffing on TV, okay? Bluff is good for the game. I wish I could show a bluff. I can see you're in the mood for dancing. I'm ready. I don't know what Hoskins on this guy. Good luck, boys. This should be a table full of love. Oh, no, he doesn't have it. I have enough to beat you. Just out of care on the board. All right, you're a real rubbish then.
Good afternoon once again and welcome to the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final from Monaco. And here we are inside the Salle des Etoiles, the most beautiful poker room in the world, as day 1A, day 1B rather, of the EPT main event gets underway. Remember, we pick that one up tomorrow. Day 2 coverage starting at 12:30 p.m. Central European Time. Today, it's the final table of the local tour, the France Poker Series Monaco main event. This 1K tournament is into its 4th and final day. 6 players competing for a first prize of more than €200,000. Look forward to hearing from you over the course of the day. I'm James Hartigan. The Twitter hashtag is EPT Live. You can, of course, join the live chat as well as twitch.tv/PokerStars. And we're also on Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. So, the lineup of players today headlined by the EPT 12 Malta champion, Neil Farrell. Possibly the only name you recognise from the 6 players. He is second in chips with a 76 big blind stack. We've got 3 French players, an Italian and a Portuguese player as well. Blind will be 61.20 with a 20k ante, and these are the sums of money they're playing for. A total prize pool in this €1,000 tournament of 1.2 million. Next person out, 38.5 grand, jumping up to nearly 52k, 67,000, 89,000, 6-figure scores for the top 2. Nearly 128,000 for the winner, for the runner-up rather, and 218,000 euros for the champion, plus the FPS trophy. So let's go down to the floor. Let's meet the players. Let me hand things over to Joe Stapleton.
Hello and welcome to the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final. It is the final table of the France Poker Series Monaco main event. 1,200 players, more than 1,200 players enter this event. 6 remain now, all vying for the €218,000 top prize. Let's say bonjour. The player in seat 1 qualified online. He had a 6-figure score on the IPT in 2012 and once attended the World Series of Poker. I'm kidding, he made a final table, and he's at another one now. Looking to book his first win from Florence, Italy, Stefano Terziani.
The Italian is third in chips with a 62 big blind stack.
Our next player is also a Steve, but he won his way in via live satellite. He's got an FPS high roller win under his belt, and he went deep in this event with 2 of his best butts. His last name means 2-7 in French, so my guess is he's looking to drop the hammer at this final table. From Paris, France, Stéphane Desetto. In seat 3, Neil Farrell.
The EPT 12 Malta champion, second in chips at this final table.
The player in seat 4 is a dealer of fruit and vegetables who has never played online poker. He's just here messing around this week to have some fun and hang with his friends, 2 of whom also made the final 8. This guy really knows his onions, literally, from Toulon, France, Julian Fernandez.
Fourth in chips, playing 26 big blinds.
Our next final tablist is a DJ by profession. Surprising he made a final table since his job mostly consists of ending things just as they're starting to get good. He's had a couple of decent scores online, and he's a big fan of EPT Live. From Montpellier, France, Jean-Baptiste Bertrand. Our final player is not French at all. He made 2 final tables at side events in Dublin back in February, but he finished third in a side event in Prague. But this is his first final table in a main event, number 48 on his country's all-time money list. From Portugal, Miguel Silva.
Ian Bertrand are the short stacks, 10 and 9 big blinds respectively. So those are the 6 players, and here comes the dealer.
Let's get a big round of applause for all the players at the final table. Nice try, everybody. There we go. The other player, you know what to do. Bon chance.
So here we go, every single hand from this final table live with hole cards.
I didn't know you were a DJ. That's awesome. You can hook us up some to get us parties? Yeah. Sweet.
So these are the players in seat order as we welcome now into the booth, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Six-handed FPS first France-person shooter poker action. Sorry, Neil Farrell. Had to be done. Too many announcements of your name recently. Cards are in the air. They're not really in the air very long. When you think about it. Really sort of downward being thrown. Cards are on the table. I don't know. Why reinvent the wheel? Julian Fernandez kicking things off with a raise. Cards Up coverage every single day of this event. Every single day of the grand final, even the non-final table days, but this is a final table day. We were on a 30-minute delay. We don't see those cards. It's because somebody missed the card reader to kick things off. These guys, not exactly experienced TV table players. Maybe they will be after this. Maybe a poker career will be launched today. Maybe even Neil Farrell will launch his poker career today.
That was probably the best introduction you've ever done, ever.
It's the only way I won't screw it up. Just a seat number and a name. It's an interesting way to count your chips. Just sort of weigh them all. It feels like 9 million.
So Dossetto coming into this final table as the chip leader, folding ace-9 in the big blind to the open from Fernandez. We are well and truly underway now. Should mention, by the way, that Neil Farrell is clearly experiencing what I like to call podcast run good.
Yeah.
Neil was the guest on the most recent edition of EPT Not Live. Subscribe now on iTunes, download from soundcloud.com/EPT Not Live. Neil was obviously on to talk about his win in Malta because that final table is now available to watch at PokerStars.tv.
And it's on what, all 4 if you're in the UK?
Channel4.com/poker will help you out. And listen to Neil actually nail, appropriate use of words by the way, a game that Joe Stapleton came up with.
He nailed it. He's no Steve Wobbin. like Julian Fernandez maybe raising two hands in a row. Why not if they're going to fold? I didn't realize we got a couple of real short stacks at this table. Miguel Silva and Jean-Baptiste Bertrand are both in the danger zone. 10 and 8 big blinds respectively. And Julian does bump it up with the king 10. No, he didn't. He folded. He folded, which is like a raise, but the opposite.
Because I can not buy it. It's awesome not to buy it.
Terziani, who's raised from the button, queen 9 off. And oh yeah, Neil Farrell, never folding this.
These suited 8, 9, 9, 10 cards, they are firmly in Mr. Farrell's wheelhouse.
Will he jam with them? That's the question. Does he pile it in 75 big blinds? Just a call, wow. He must have read a book.
And flops top 2.
Against top pair, too.
Now obviously we jest. Neil is an incredibly accomplished player, but he will be the first to tell you that during that multi-final table, virtually every hand he played was like this. He ran unbelievably well.
It's helpful when you want to win at poker. I would love to one day do a winner interview where I say, man, you won and you ran terribly. How'd you pull that off?
So the action went check, check on the flop. Farrell leads turn for 300,000. Terziani still with top pair, no diamond, lets it go. It was a straighty, flushy board. And Neil Farrell takes the chip lead. 9.5 million, a 78 big blind stack.
Neil Farrell on top, where you would expect him to be. Part of the reason I give Neil such a hard time, I mean, he's a great player. He can take it. He can handle it. He's down with the Bants. Good fold by Terziani there, by the way, on the turn, huh? Folds top pair. I don't think I've ever folded top pair.
On that board, completely understandable. Miguel Silva, under the gun +1, has pocket deuces. So you mentioned this guy had a couple of results in Dublin on the most recent leg of the tour, Joe. 2 final tables.
This guy, Silva?
And he is all in. Folded around to Farrell, who's got king-queen in the small blind. Now this shove is for 10 big blinds.
How many big blinds are in the big blind? That's the question. Fernandez still to act behind is relatively short.
So Farrell reshoves. Fernandez does not have a hand. He passes, and
Fair fight.
Miguel Silva is racing for his tournament life. And if deuces don't hold, Neil Farrell will extend his chip lead, and we will lose a player from this final table.
Like pizza versus French fries, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
There's nothing ish about this. King Queen against deuces. This is a classic race.
This may be the classic-ist of races.
Jack, 5, deuces holding. There are obviously some counterfeit opportunities now.
Yeah, you do not want to see a paired board when you got deuces, unless that pair is another pair of deuces.
That would be good. That would be pretty good. So Neil Farrell can hit a king, a queen, a 5 or a 4 on the river to eliminate Miguel Silva. Any other card, and the Portuguese player doubles up, and we stay six-handed at the FPS Monaco main event final table. The river is an ace. Somehow deuces hold.
Whoa.
And
was boring. One is like 10 of spades. I was like throwing on the flop. 5, 4, queen, king.
So Miguel Silva no longer in the immediate danger zone. Danger zone! Now playing 21 big blinds, and Farrell's back to second on the leaderboard with 69 bigs. Stefan D'Assetto, by virtue of that clash, regains the chip lead with his 77 big blinds.
Such a terrible flop, too, for deuces, because Neil's like pretty much guaranteed to pick up more outs in the turn.
Bob Burton's has just tuned in. Good to see Farrell, a.k.a. the Ginger Ninja, doing it for the UK. A lot of love on Twitter, Joe, for your introduction to Neil Farrell. Hashtag EPC Live if you want to get in touch with the booth.
Like this guy says, can the players not hear Staves, or do they just not find him funny? That love?
I didn't see that one, I'll be honest. And number 4 of the final table. Pocket Kings for Stefan D'Assetto. Qualified for the FPS main event online. Hold it around to Neil Farrell. 7 deuce off, that goes in the muck. Fernandez in the small blind. Passes. And Jean-Baptiste Bertrand. You could only be a DJ with a name like Jean-Baptiste Bertrand.
Isn't this amazing, by the way, that his name is Bertrand from Montpellier, and we have a Bertrand Gropellier?
Wow, that has kind of blown my mind.
Elky's in the whole DJ world.
Talking of Monsieur Gropellier, he and Mal 5 may be joining us later today on EBT Live. He's lined up some guest commentary along with Theo Jorgensen and Jake Cody.
Only her favorites.
I would really appreciate that man bun if I weren't on a low-carb diet. Thank you, Neil. Mr. B99 on Twitch wants to know, does the commentator see this chat? Unfortunately, Mr. B, we do not.
Hello to EBT Live regular Pete Blows, watching on the laptop while playing the Sunday kickoff. Shout out to all the grinders. Obviously Sunday a big day for online poker. Whatever you're playing on PokerStars today, enjoy. Run well. Of course, today we'll have another EPT Live free roll for you. Registration not open for a few hours. Password later on today.
Here we go, Neil Farrell. Here we go.
Raising from the cutoff with 10-4. Six offsuit. Miguel Silva folds the big blind. Farrell.
How long is the delay on this stream?
8.6 million.
half hour. Can we find out? We know?
40 minutes, Neil. 40-minute delay. Now that is Gaetano Preti of Italy. He ran kings into Neil Farrell's aces last night to go out in 9th place. He was the official final table bubble boy.
Is he here just to anti-rail Neil or what?
Or maybe just to see what could have been.
Oh, you know what? Remember I announced that one of these guys went deep, two of them went deep with their two friends? I think that's the third friend. That would be my guess.
It's been folded around to Fernandez, the fruit and vegetable trader who has pocket queens in the cutoff.
Pocket queens for the king of aubergines.
And the word raise. Bertrand has 6 big blinds on the button. And with pocket tens, I think we know what he's doing.
Being eliminated?
He shoves.
That just sucks, you know. You fold your way down to 6 big blinds, you wait till you get pocket tens, and someone else got queens.
Oh, and Miguel Silva, with a 20 big blind stack, has ace-jack in the small blind.
I guess you kind of have to ignore the move by Bertrand. I mean, I don't know anything about any of these players. I wonder if these guys know anything about each other. Because if it were some of the folks that we saw at yesterday's final table, I would think that a 3-bet out of the small blind is far more likely and far more possibly optimal.
He reshoves.
Oh boy.
And I thought Fernandez would be fist pump getting it in, but it seems he's got a difficult decision with the queens.
Well, if you don't look at stack sizes, right, and just look at actions, your queens don't look so good right now. There you go.
Not too much of a tank, so we have 2 players all in. And Fernandez has them both covered and is the big favorite here with queens.
Wow, can queens hold here? How often? What are queens really? I mean, I know actually statistically 58%, but what are they really, like 22%? Normally I don't like when someone asks for a queen in this spot, but I get it.
If queens hold, we're going to see a double elimination here.
A double elimination, James.
Silva looking for an ace. Bertrand looking for a 10. Fernandez looking for a safe flop. He'll take it.
Diamonds are good for him too.
No one can draw that on the turn. That's always fun.
Thank you, Neil Farrell.
How does he even know that?
Card is a 9. Doesn't open up any additional outs for the 2 at-risk players. Bertrand needs a 10. Silva needs an ace. Any other card, Fernandez wins a huge pot and we lose 2 players. The river is a 6. Double bust out.
On a besoin, monsieur. On a besoin d'argent aujourd'hui. On fait des strikes, on les fait pas.
The fruit and vegetable salesman knocks out 2. How do you like them apples? No, seriously, how do you like them? Because we'll get a different distributor if you don't.
And that's got rid of all the short stacks in one fell swoop. Julian Fernandez is now the low man at the table with 55 big blinds. Bertrand had fewer chips when the money went in. He cashes in 6th place for 38,500. Silver is officially 7th. He cashes, 5th rather. He cashes for 51,780.
So now we're a fairly deep stack tournament.
Absolutely. 76 big blinds, 70 bigs, 60 bigs, 55 big blinds. So, a double bust out. No 10, no ace, 2 players KO'd.
Oh, God. Well, that was aggressive.
The new Carlino KO meme.
There's more blank, right? Oh, why? Both blinds are right. One bunny here.
So Jean-Baptiste Bertrand is from Montpellier, as Joe just mentioned. He is a fruit and vegetable trader. He has never played online poker. That's a thing, right?
I mean, how hard do you have to try to never play online poker?
And yes, he's one of 3 friends to go deep in this event, the other 2 being Stefan Desetto, and I guess the third is that guy who's on the rail right now, Gaetano.
What would Gaetano do if he was here right now?
So after hand 6 was rather dramatic and saw a double elimination, we move on to hand 7, which has started with an under-the-gun raise from Neil Farrell, who has King 6 of diamonds. Taziani in the small has King Queen. That looks like a re-raise. Nope, just a call of the 250. Must get my tyres checked. I don't know why I suddenly thought that. Desetto with A6.
Tires with a Y or with an I?
With a Y, Joseph, come on.
It's so weird. But you never see the day where you saw a French guy wearing a British flag on his head, though, huh? Also weird.
Maybe he thinks it's the Reebok logo. 9-8-3 on the flop, 2 diamonds. So Terziani and Desetto are backdoor flush draws.
Oh, Niall. What do you think about, like, the 7 of diamonds peeling off here?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Everyone's got a monster flush draw.
Chip denominations on the screen, courtesy of Graphical James of the Sea.
Boy, somebody went to one of those public schools, huh? Did I say that right?
Correct.
Okay.
So Desetto has led at this for 310,000. Remember, Neil was the pre-flop aggressor. Action's now on him. Oh, Michael says, I committed a terrible sin yesterday. Registered for the EPT line free roll and didn't take my seat. Couldn't help it. But penance required. Hashtag sorry.
I think I might have forgot to unregister. No, I didn't. I unregistered.
I unregistered as well. So yes, Michael, we're going to make you feel absolutely terrible. Penance is you have to play tonight. 9:15 Central European Time. Password coming up a bit later on today. Also, Michael, double penance. We want you to register for the $1 bounty bonanza as well.
James reeks of Swiss cheese because he is holier than thou.
So there's been a raise from Farrell, 775,000.
Hey, this Canadian know-it-all in the Twitch chat's trying to correct me and say I meant private school.
You mean the private schools are commonly referred to as public schools?
In the UK,
Yes.
which is where Graphical James is from. Sorry, James, I see.
Yes,
Sorry.
please, yes. I mean, branding's important, Joe.
I mean, I know you guys are fans of swear words in the UK, but to call him James of the Sea just seems rude.
Seto folds to the race. Farrell reclaims the chip lead. 9.3 million for the EPT12 Malta champ. He's got 77 big blinds. Deseto on 71 bigs. Everyone has more than 50 big blinds. So yes, after some early consolidation with that double bust out, they are pretty deep. Hopefully a bit later on today we might get some shots from the floor, catch up with who's playing day 1B of the EPT main event. Yesterday was day 1A, 286 entrants, which is pretty good for a 1A. I looked at the clock before we came on air and I think there were already 550 playing day 1B. So we're going to possibly have close to 900 players in this year's grand final. 152 made it through day 1A. The chip leaders, including Roman Varenko and Gobert Vital. A few members of Team Pro made it through. Jake Cody, Jason Mercier, Elke, plus Vicky Corrin.
How many players so far in the main?
So 286 plus 550. So just over 800.
And that's the best turnout they've had in the sporting since Zook Machine played here in 2009.
We see your hand before. That's true.
So that was
Wait. I didn't get nothing. He's king of spades. Yeah. That's not a good fun for me.
I love Neil Farrell's face because the top half is a child and the bottom half is a grown-up.
That last time, by the way, was a raise from Deseto, small to big. Got a fold from Farrell.
Very good fun.
Ziani under the gun with King Jack. Queen 3 for Deseto. Folds Jack 6 of hearts in the small blind. Julian Fernandez is in the big.
You sure he wasn't one of the bad guys at Taken? Good luck.
So another raise and take it hand. Nine hands played so far at the final table, 2 eliminations, both in the same hand. They play down to a winner today, that winner receiving €218,000. This, by the way, is the biggest ever main event on the France Poker Series, with more than 1,200 entries.
Could you win your way in with a spin and go?
Not sure they did spin and go qualifiers for this, but obviously a fair number of online qualifiers, many of whom have stayed in Monaco to now play the EPT main.
I mean, if you win your way to the EPT main and a spin and go, shelling out €1,100 for this, it's almost kind of a free roll. In fact, don't they give you a bunch of spending money with that? So you probably could have if you wanted to.
Stefan Deseto, pocket threes.
Carmine said there would be one, and yet there are 3.
It's a raise to 260,000. We're still at the 61-20 blind level for another 6 minutes. Neil Farrell has Jack 10 on the button. Aidan Dunn says, super stoked for more EPT live coverage. Loving the cards up. Just to be clear, final tables have been cards up since 2012. That's not a new innovation. However, from tomorrow, when we switch to coverage of the EPT main event, that will be new, having cards up on preliminary day. So day 2, right through to day 6, the final table, cards up from the feature table every day. 3-bet from Neil, 625,000.
Yeah, it's not a typical 3-betting hand, but my guess is that he kind of wants to play this pot heads up in position.
He gets 2
Wow.
small aces to fold. Deseto is going to call out of position.
And these guys are deep enough to go to war. Deseto happens to hit a set here. It could be real trouble for Farrell if he catches something.
Uh-oh.
I did not mean for that to happen.
It's almost like you could see into the future. Top pair for Neil Farrell. A set of 3s for Deseto. And how frustrated is Julian Fernandez right now? Ace-4 of clubs. If Farrell hadn't 3-bet, chances are he comes along for the ride and flops the nuts.
Wow, that becomes a 3-way car crash. Probably would have been more helpful for Neil to have ace-4 of clubs in there from Fernandez, because with all the action that would have happened, maybe Neil could have got away from top pair a little easier. As it stands, unless Deseto way overplays this, Neil's going to lose at least a couple of bets.
Just a call from Deseto.
I think I'm more inclined to raise there on the 3-club board, but I don't think just calling is that bad.
So Farrell now drawing dead. Deseto has a lock on this.
Neil could be thinking now that whoever Deseto called flop with, he's probably also calling turn with. He's opting for the extract value route.
You think Deseto now goes for a value raise?
I mean, this is a really, really small bet. Super small.
We heard you.
Man, I just really want to give Neil credit for being able to get away from this now. I feel like the small bet. I know that you don't really bet for information, but I feel like Neil can get a lot of information from this. I think most amateur players, if they just have a big club, they're probably just going to call there. I don't know if Neil's trying to induce a raise from a player with, say, just the naked ace of clubs.
So it's a raise to 700,000, 400 on top of the 300 that Neil bet.
And Neil's reaching for chips, so I guess, yeah, that must be what Neil thinks. He must think that he can get a raise out of a big club by putting a small bet out there. Oh, that is a very, very, very terrible, no good, very bad card for Neil Farrell.
No good trips on the river for Neil Farrell. A full house now for Deseto. There's already 3.3 million in the middle. Remember, these two guys are the chip leaders. Deseto, the effective stack, with 60 bigs behind.
Doseto, he only flopped one seto, but it's enough. How many times you gonna check those cards, buddy? Well, looks like at least he knows he's got a value bet.
I thought he was actually thinking about checking and just trying to induce something from Neil. $1.4 million of that from Deseto.
Still relatively small, not even half the pot.
Oh, I'm very sad about it.
We're sad too, Neil.
He's not even beating
Very sad about it.
bigger jacks.
Farrell calls, sees the house, shows that he had a jack.
I should just fold. I'm the worst. Why am I so bad? Very sad. I should fold. I know I should fold. I know that.
That is a hand that can really put someone on tilt. I really hope he gets over that.
Neil Farrell's gone from number 1 on the leaderboard to number 4. Still 51 big blinds. But obviously beating himself up over that. As Stefan Desetto retakes the chip lead, playing close to 12 million, close to 100 big blinds. Although, blinds are going up, because you've now hit level 31 of the FPS Monaco main event, and the blind's now 80,000, 160,000, with a 20,000 ante.
Let's give Dosetto some credit there, by the way, though, for making a bet size that Neil really couldn't get away from, because those were some pretty sick river pot odds.
Down pretty much 3 million on the start of the day.
I'm not
Desetto feels sorry for him. Maybe we'll give him some of his chips back.
There's still 61 20 this hand.
Okay, so we're going to play one more hand at the 61-20 level. Farrell has raised under the gun. 9-7 Neil. Desetto hasn't dominated with Queen 7 but folds. So Farrell does get a little bit back, just a little bit. So yes, now we are into level 31. Blinds are now 81-60, and at this point we welcome into the booth Matt Brown.
Hello everybody, how are you? Yeah, they promised me level 31. I sent an email before I travelled out to Monaco saying very specifically in the FPS level 31. They've got my name all over it.
Well, obviously, Matt, we only got to see 34 minutes of level 30, but it did involve 2 bust outs, both in the same hand, and it involved that huge hand between Farrell and Desetto, which has now seen Neil drop down to the 40 big blind mark.
Yes, as a over-the-shoulder observer for that hand, you kind of go, and this one will go viral at some point in the future. You just know that's a real stinker. And as Joe rightly said, good bet sizing at the end to get that extra squeeze of value out of the dream situation.
King Jack of Diamonds for Julian Fernandez. He was the guy who knocked out 2 players in the same hand. He's raised it here to 380k. Desetto with King Deuce of Clubs, folds. It's Neil Farrell's big blind, and he has Ace 5 of Diamonds.
Oh. Splat, that was right, splatter chips there. Hello to everyone saying hello to me. Thanks for being with us again, day 2. We haven't even started on the main event yet.
10-10-7, just 1 diamond on the flop. Farrell checks the pre-flop aggressor. Fernandez going to continue with King High. Yes, indeed. As far as that main event is concerned, Matt, we mentioned that the numbers are looking good on day 1B. We kick off our coverage tomorrow, day 2, 12:30 Central European time. We'll have a mixture of feature tables, probably 3 different feature tables over the course of the day as we go cards up for the first time before the final.
I know, exciting, isn't it? Everyone gets to be famous. Well, the guys that get caught doing something stupid will hate it, but the guys that did something amazing are going, yeah, Gonna get the credit I deserve. Down the pub telling the story about how I bluffed him off. Now there'll be actual physical proof.
Well, Farrell was ahead on the flop. He's even more ahead now. Ace on the turn, having called the C-bet of 325,000 on the flop. Fernandez is going to barrel. So Fernandez picked up a gut shot on the turn.
Yeah, I guess he was probably likely to just continue just in case the ace is a good card to rep rather than one to fear, and has picked up a bit more for his trouble.
See, here's a 9-1 underdog right now, 775,000 into a pot of 1.57 million. Former EPT Not Live superfan Tuan gets in touch. Hey Matt and guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but Thursday is the day when we get to see EPT Not Live and EPT Live. Am I right? We're shooting it on Wednesday, so chances are it will air on Thursday, but maybe it'll have to wait till Friday. So, yes is the answer.
Yeah.
The plan is to show it during the tournament breaks on Thursday, but guarantee, not guaranteed.
Hello, Turn, and yeah, on paper you're right, but in real life, let's just see.
My word.
Oh, did he just get there?
He just got there. He just hit a 4-outer. Queen on the river gives Fernandez the straight. Neil Farrell checks, and I assume he's checking to call another bet from Fernandez.
Oh, man, so now Julian Fernandez gets to take Neil down to Value Town.
Oh, come on. This will be pretty much 2 hands in a row. I mean, I know, strictly speaking, 2 out of 3, but
yeah,
pretty grotesque. Because obviously, Neil's now chopping as well with so many aces.
Yeah. Yeah, he could see this, that his kicker problems have gone away and the board could have helped him here.
I was trying to flick cards hard.
Yeah, the one thing I was going to say is that is a huge bet from Fernandez. That's more than 2/3 pot. And I do think that when a player like Fernandez bets huge on the river, he's probably got it a huge percentage of the time. But even so, Farrell did lose a chunk there and is now down to 30 big blinds. He is the shortest stack of the 4 players remaining in this
Not a
tournament.
good time for me, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, dodged a bullet maybe there. Fernandez made it too easy for Neil to get away at the end.
I mean, never mind the last hand. I think Neil's still peeved about the hand against Deseto and not folding river there. Meanwhile, we have received an update on the number of runners
Oh, good.
on day 1B of the EPT Grand Final main event. 668 entries so far. You combine that with the 286 from yesterday, and we're up to more than 950 runners.
Wow.
That is pretty much a 50% increase on last year.
Are they going to get some more seats in? Are we going to be okay?
I mean, I appreciate that the buy-in was halved from 10,000 euros to 5,000 euros, but when you consider how expensive Monaco is,
Yeah.
as detailed in a series of Joe Stapleton one-liners,
over the decades.
then it is pretty clear to me that that is beyond expectations. I don't think we thought we'd get a field this big, but hey, I'll take it.
Oh, good news for us. More humans to pick from. As Andy Gibbons points out, the deck is being pretty brutal to Neil Farrell right now. What goes around comes around. Sometimes the going's good, sometimes it smacks you squarely in the chops.
Still 50 minutes till the break. I'm just thinking about psychologically Neil being able to recover from that and refocus.
Yeah. And that's the thing, four-handed, it's not even like you're going to get a breather. Is every single hand is potentially a big action hand. You can't just sit back and let it wear off, because 50 minutes of four-handed is going to get you in there. Pair of tens under the gun. Seto makes it 400,000, and it's Fernandez thinking about the call with the baby ace.
Ace deuce as well for Stefano Terziani, but it's ace deuce suited.
Oh, well, in that case, count me in.
He defends and flops a wheel draw. Deseto still ahead with his overpair, 71% favourite. Of course, as well as the EPT main event being played today, Day 1B, it's also the one-day Super High Roller.
Yeah.
And this is actually the one-year anniversary of that tournament making its debut on the European Poker Tour. Mustafa Kanit took down the first ever one-day Super High Roller. Here there are 57 entries so far in that €50,000 buy-in event. So a C-bet of 450,000, called by Terziani. Turn card is a 6. Terziani is down to 5%.
Yeah, all of a sudden that 5. No longer something you want to see.
Now this is baffling to me.
Mixing it up, James is mixing it up.
Defends big blind, check calls flop, leads turn for 625,000. Quickly called by Deseto. Terziani does not improve on the river.
I like the venture of the bet, but the fact Deseto's called on the turn, can he get rid of him on the river?
I genuinely don't know what he's repping here. And I'm not just saying that because I can see he only has ace deuce. The line doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, it's just relying on the scariness of the board to just get rid of a bunch of hands, and that's as much as I'll commit to.
The perceived scariness of this more than half top bet, 1.6 million. Reaching for chips to call with there, but just wants to have a little riffle while he thinks.
Riffle, see if there's any reaction out of his opponent. A single bead of sweat. Terziani doing his best to just look totally disinterested in life. Well, this is fun. One of the better tanks we've enjoyed in the last day and a half.
so expensive? Why is so expensive?
Don't tell him. It's a trap.
Well, as we reach the 2-minute mark on this decision, let's bring in our first guest commentator of the day. Theo Jorgensen from Team PokerStars Pro is with us in the booth. Theo, you've been watching this hand play out.
Yes, and I find it very interesting. The fact that he's now asking about why so expensive kind of leads towards that he's coming up with an excuse for himself to call. And it doesn't. You're right about the fact that it doesn't make a lot of sense. But still, if you're sitting there with tens, you could potentially be very afraid of a hit set, and maybe ace five, something like that suited. So it's not like he's betting out ace seven here. So Dossetto knows that we're either talking a bluff or he's really beaten with a very strong hand.
Ah, he folds the hand. The bluff gets through. That was going to sting when he sees it.
And that was a super interesting hand because obviously they're playing for pretty much their lives in this tournament, and that was a really big decision. So it's always so much easier when we're sitting in here and watching it, and we can see that it doesn't really make a lot of sense unless he's really strong. But sometimes he can be really strong and hit that set.
You're going to see the cards.
I don't know what his image is and how aggressive he's been playing so far, but if we're talking about a really tight guy who's been playing only solid hands so far, and now he comes up with a bluff, that was a perfect timing.
Stefano Terziani started the day third in chips, now second on the leaderboard with a 53 big blind stack.
But it would be so nice to get into his Dossetto's thoughts about what is it he was afraid of. Like, was he, because like we're sitting three guys here and we're not really concerned about the queen, are we? Like the queen. So it has to have a hand like the seventh Fernandez has right now that should have scared him. But yeah.
So this hand starts with an under-the-gun raise from Neil Farrell. With ace-6, Fernandez flats on the button with sevens, and we're going heads up to the flop.
That's the complicated thing about playing sevens and tens and etc. These hands, because a lot of times you're going to really have to make some very good calls.
Well, it's a pretty good board for sevens.
That should be a decent board. The problem here for Niall is that he's probably thinking, well, it's not the worst board for me as well.
And also to the department the officer works for, Walmart told us they have not yet been served, but added, we take the matter seriously. We will review the allegations and respond appropriately with the court. Now, if this case goes to trial, it could take up to 3 years.
And that's why I love watching these final tables, because it's so interesting. You see people really get pushed to the limit. Here at Dossetto before, that would never have happened on the main event on the first day, as an example. He would definitely have called for most of his chips in. But here, the money is such a big factor that might have had a big influence on what he does.
And let's talk about those money jumps. Everyone's now guaranteed €67,100, but you're then looking at a difference of 22 grand, with third place paying 89,000.
Exactly. So that obviously, those 22 grand has obviously a lot of decision in whether he's going to do this call. He's most likely thinking about, well, if I lay, I'm still way well in, and things looks good. But I'm not. I don't want to give away my lead here.
That's not the sickest money jump. Remember, second then goes up to 128k, and then the money almost doubles.
Yeah,
218,000 for the winner.
That's the all-in.
Wow. Fernandez raises with the sevens. Farrell shoves with ace-6.
Gold.
How much?
I think Fernandez is definitely not proud of the way he played it. Because Niall's story makes sense right now. He's representing a big hand, and Niall is convinced, well, if I can probably push him off 6 or 7, 8, stuff like that. And Fernandez put himself in a lot of danger just by racing there, and he's definitely not happy with it. Most likely it's going to pay him off a lot.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally that's a spot with a hand like 7th on that board where you are just going to call, especially with the advantage of position.
Like, my thought here is that if I'm racing on that Niall, a guy like Niall, on that flop with 7s, I'm definitely not folding. I might look like a not so smart guy afterwards when he shows me queens, but me, I would never race him there. But Fernandez is most likely so afraid of a lot of cards that can hit over, and then he's afraid of a queen, a jack, whatever, something like that. But there's no way I would race, unless I was so convinced that Niall was going to shoot, which he probably could, and then I would instant call. But I do not want to find myself in that situation.
Yeah.
Sweating here.
And also, it looks like he hadn't even considered that could have been one of the things that happened to him.
No, and that's one of the big mistakes in these spots, because you really got to always consider, well, what happens if I get re-raised there? And it seems like this is such an interesting hand as well. This is really good to watch poker here, a couple of hands. And now you see, if he lays down here, now you see the really big mistakes about not thinking it all the way through. What is going to happen against an aggressive guy like now if I re-raise? Like, what did he expect? He was probably hoping that he could make him lay down King Jack, and was afraid of not giving him in free cards. But
Nothing. I know it's counterintuitive based on the spelling, but I can assure you 100% it's pronounced Neil.
Neil, sorry.
And because of that, we're going to have to ask you to leave.
Yeah.
I know it seems harsh, but we have
Yeah. But that's fair enough.
So I'm just sniggering at the idea of us having standards.
But Mr. Fernandez is obviously not happy about the way he played this.
And you can tell that just by looking at him. Unbelievable.
It's not as much that. It's just the fact that you don't want to find yourself in a spot like that. It's like...
Yeah, you think poker's going to put you in enough horrible spots without you doing it to yourself.
Yes, and he's basically just doing it to himself. Unless he would do it like Martin Jakobsen did in the World Series main event when they were three-handed, and he just instant called with a marginal hand. If he would have re-raised small here and instant called Niels.
Yeah, if he'd done it with a plan of action.
Yes.
He just said, you know what, I'm going to try this, and if he comes, that's it. This is
just like James said, he obviously never thought it through, this stuff. So he's definitely in pain.
We're approaching the 4-minute mark now.
And we're watching a guy in pain. My guessing is just like the other hand that he's gonna call. I was wrong. The other one. Wow. Jesus Christ. This is incredible.
It's 2 hands in a row where we've seen the best hand folded to a big bet.
You like times? 2 times.
I mean, what's going on?
There's no point in lying. They're going to get the truth in 40 minutes' time.
What's going on?
Ouch.
I'm sure.
Barrel back up to 35 bigs.
Thank you.
So in this quiet moment, Theo, let me check in with you. How has Monaco been treating you so far?
Monaco is treating you great. I like the weather here so much. It's slightly better than Denmark right now. Just slightly.
It's tough.
The weather is good. With friends, there's loads of things going on in the cash game area.
I was going to say, that was going to be my key question is, how are those cash games that I know you are very, very fond of?
I have no complaints. There's a lot going on. You can play as much as you feel like. Another important issue about this is that a lot of people is really afraid of making themselves look really stupid. In a spot like that, let's say Fernandez would have slow played his aces and instant called. Neil looks so not good in a spot like that, but he's not afraid of that. And in a spot, you have to be able to really risk everything if you go for it and follow your gut instinct. And which he did here, and he put it all in line and he played it great. I'm seriously surprised that this guy would lay down, but obviously Neil had a better thought of that than I did. Been playing with him for a long time.
Is there a case that says when you come in with like a medium pair and you kind of got quote lucky and the flop has not hurt you, is it you're kind of just scared to keep calling through bets because the cards are going to come and hurt you on the turn, the cards are going to come
exactly,
and hurt you
and we've all experienced the fact where we've called off with a pair of tens, a pair of sevens, a pair of eights, and then it hits overcards and the bastard hits one of those cards.
Yeah.
Everybody, and that's obviously what Fernandez is really afraid of here, but that's one of the risks you really have to take in a spot like that, unless you follow up with your instinct and say, okay, that's it, I'm 100% sure, I know where I got them. But with a guy like Neil, you're never 100% sure what you got. And he most likely he definitely would have played it the same way with a pair of jacks, a pair of queens, etc. But that was two very interesting hands. And obviously, this is the kind of hands you've had all day, right?
For sure, just interesting dynamics. Interesting dynamics is the label we're going to put above this one.
So this is hand number 17 of the final table. We're halfway through the 81-60 blind level. Neil Farrell raising small to big with 8-7. It's Julian Fernandez with the same hand, just with the reversed suits in the big. And he calls the 350k. We will see a flop, which is King 7 Deuce, two hearts.
Uh-oh.
So Neil Farrell is free rolling, although 96 times out of 100, this will result in a song being performed on EPT Live. It's more of a jingle than a song.
More of a jingle. I forgot to do my warm-ups before I came on. Actually, I'm regretting it now, just in readiness of perhaps what's to come.
Ace of Hearts on the turn sees Neil increase to near enough 20% equity. Action goes check, check again. And the river card is the K7. Wow, where's Andre Latau when you need him? Both players with trips. And here comes a value bet from Fernandez.
And a check raise. Here comes the check raise. And then most likely Fernandez can't stand it anymore, so he's going to call. But
so there's 780,000 in the pot. Fernandez bet 460,000. Does he want to raise on a flushy board?
Yeah, well, maybe, but it seems like a 7 should be so good considering it went check, check. So that's that's definitely what he considers but it's not like he's thinking about folding. Let's just put it that way. He's thinking about whether raising or he thinks most likely that he's value bidding a king or an ace. And now he's trying to get a value bid out of these 3 sevens. If he makes it low enough, he's most likely going to getting called.
There is the check raise. There's the call. And this will result in a chop pot. You know what they say, Matt? Everyone loves a chop pot. And the reason that chop pot occurred is because it is always coming 7. Thank you, Andre Letal.
Flew in specially just for that. That hand had it all, really.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about it from Neil's point is that he feels comfortable with doing the check raise because the way it played out. Like, yeah, he's not really concerned about the flush because he would have seen most likely bet on the flop, definitely bet on the turn, and sets, which makes full houses, is pretty much the same. He would have seen action before.
Michael fears that he's risking more wrath from me because EPT Live is about to go from the big screen to a small screen, swapping with hashtag EPL. What's EPL?
I don't know.
The English Premier League.
Oh,
That's
I
soccer.
see. Of course, it's
He's jettisoning us for soccer.
football. That's football for everyone normal.
Dossetto.
Oh dear, Michael, your SimFan application has unfortunately moved to the back of the queue.
No, it's literally just put it in the bottom of his pile of sheets of paper over there. 360,000 from Stefan with his King Jack. Bye bye, King 7.
Queen Jack for Fernandez.
Fernandez has just had. Honestly, you must be the worst good luck charm for Fernandez. It's like since Theo came into the booth, we've just watched this guy hurting over and over.
The 7s was his own fault. I'll take the blame for the rest of them.
And Terziani's going to come along for the ride as well with A6 of clubs in the big. 3-way to this flop. King 9-4. 2 hearts. Top pair for Desetto has the pre-flop betting lead. I think it's been checked to him.
So you check? No.
It has not been checked to him. Fernandez with a gut shot and backdoor hearts decides to bet.
Interesting line initiated.
Well, it gets snap called by Desetto. Treziani folded the A6. 3 of diamonds on the turn, doesn't change anything.
Go on, Fernandez. Do something we don't understand.
I kind of do understand it. I think, having been beaten up a couple of times, he's trying to make something happen.
Yeah.
You do often see that when a player is literally just trying to fathom victory from nothing.
But I got no problems with leading out and just mixing up your game, except like you don't have to check every time, and leading out there with 2 pairs, a set and a bluff should be okay sometimes.
Sure.
Obviously, it was important that he kind of slows down, which he did. If he turns it into something very juicy now, he's walking into fire. But the real big mistake here, if you ask me, it would have been if he fired twice on a blank, 3 of diamonds in that spot. Trying it once is got no problem with that.
So, what's he thinking about here, Theo? Is this a case of, do I chase my gut shot? Do I try and still rip something by check raising?
I think the only thing that can go through his mind is here, whether should I fold or should I really make a big move and re-raise him and represent 2 pairs or set.
Well, discretion, the better part of valor. He folds the Queen Jack.
Sound like the best plan.
Down to 38 big blinds. Second from bottom, Neil Farrell, still the shortest stack with 37 bigs. Just want to emphasise that no one is short stack right now, with 4 players remaining in this 1K tournament. The final 4 from a field of 1,261, more than 1.2 million euros in the total prize pool, and more than 200k up top.
And what seems really interesting with this final table is that they all, the rest, like the 4 that's left, is really here to play. It's not like they're sitting there waiting for aces.
No.
Hey man, Smitty has got a sweet setup here. He's got himself a bit of EPT Live, a bit of football, and a bit of snooker.
Oh, that's an awesome setup.
He's got 2 TVs and a laptop. He has got all bases covered. Good job.
Yeah.
Good job, Smith.
And let's give a shout out to the squid. Sam Grafton says the Sunday grind is so much more appetising with EPT Live nestled in the corner of the screen. Maybe pick up some commentary GTO along the way. I wouldn't look to me for that, Sam.
Come to the wrong spot.
And Zuli's in the house. Made sure to wake up early this morning so I can watch a little more than the winners announcement.
Hey, that is one of the best parts of the day's broadcast, so, you know.
It was a pretty short final table yesterday. Theo, super high roller done within 5 hours.
Yeah? Who won that?
Ola Shemian.
Okay.
Beat Mustafa Kanat heads up.
Must have been a disappointing day for Mustafa Kanat.
Not too disappointing. He still walked away with like 1.4 million
Probably
euros.
expect to win them all.
Yeah, and also I think it was would have been a special achievement because within the space of 12 months, he would have won all of the high rollers on tour, the 10k, the 25k, the 50k, and the 100k. But he's still missing that 100k. So let's not play any violins for Mustafa Kanat. 23 minutes left on the level. Pocket 8 for Teziani on the button. That's a raise.
7-3 off. Delicious. Yeah, just messing with us.
See, that's just wasting time.
No, that cheated a lot.
Oh, here we go.
Ouch.
Neil Farrell with Ace King.
I can't see this not happening all. Like, I can't see who should fold. Tassani, should he really fold to a 3-bet here? I highly doubt that from a ginger Scotsman. Who would ever fold to a ginger Scotsman?
Can't be trusted.
No. And especially this dude.
Meanwhile, a lot of commotion in the Salle d'Etoile right now. The 600 players competing on day 1B of the EPT main event are currently filing out of the room on break.
A lot of hullabaloo out there.
It is a hullabaloo.
Chips are counting. 640,000 already in the middle.
There is the re-raise from Farrell.
My favourite hand to get knocked out of any tournament, pocket 8s.
I guess he could call, but he's still gonna be I think it would be extremely well. Yeah.
There's the shove. 35 big blinds effective. I think this is pretty automatic, quite frankly.
Call if it hits an ace, but
Sigh. I want to see like a queen when you say no. First card.
So Neil Farrell racing for his tournament life. A flip. He needs to win to survive. Terziani, a slight favourite. And Terziani has Neil Farrell covered.
He's a lucky button over by me.
The lucky button.
That was uncanny. It was like he was here in the room. Here we go.
Ace on the flop. Neil Farrell now the big favourite. Terziani looking for an 8 to eliminate his opponent. Just 2 outs for the Italian. Neil Farrell doubles up and survives unless there's an 8 on the river. It's a 5. Farrell is back in it.
Back in business.
5, 8.
Well, not just back in it, he's back on top, ladies and gentlemen. Neil Farrell has catapulted from the bottom to the top of the leaderboard with that double up.
You're the boss player.
12 million chips, a 75 big blind stack.
For the first time since we went four-handed, an actual short stack now. Stefano just 11 bigs left with 20 minutes on the level.
I think it's fair to say that he is in the danger zone.
Yeah. What's really interesting about that is that you would, if you were Neil or Stefan, there's so many possibilities right now to use this, because you would expect Julian to sit down and play extremely tight until Tasciani is up.
Well, let's remind ourselves of Neil's victory earlier this season. He's counted out a call. No raise from Neil Farrell. We're going to the river. It's the Queen of Spades. Bielich has missed completely. He's left with just 8 high. Neil checks again.
Giving Bielich the rope.
Bielich bluff shots. Farrell calls. And he wins EPT Malta.
He is good. He is champion.
Someone get me a beer.
Yo. Yeah.
He is one of the 5 main event winners we have seen on season 12 of the European Poker Tour. Took down Malta back in October of last year. Now could be adding an FPS title to his resume. Grafton delighted. EPT Live immediately delivers. Go on for...
It's been busted out in 4th place. And what we expect, I expect the other two pretty much to sit down and hope that he busts fast so they can move up in the money and start playing again. But it would be very impressive if, especially Fernandez started playing very aggressive back at Neil.
Alex HBK says, I was learning for my final exams, but suddenly PokerStars started streaming EPT Live. Well, no more learning today. Alex, what are you studying? We need to decide whether you should be prioritising your studies over poker. If it's a proper subject, we'd rather you go back to work.
And remind me, what isn't a proper subject like media studies,
No.
journalism,
No.
TR?
No.
I don't know what they do. There's probably a degree in Hogwarts, I would imagine.
You would imagine.
Anything passes these days.
Here comes Mr. Aggressiveness.
And Fernandez quickly calls with his 2 overs. Still nothing for either player. Fernandez near enough an 80% favourite with Queen High.
It's all about the gut shot.
It's all about how aggressive Mr. Farrell has decided to be now.
I'm still trying to work out the best way to play sevens. That one's still rolling around my head. I've got a feeling I might just have to fold them pre-flop every time.
It's definitely calling and then taking the river is but because are you really what are you afraid of there if it's
Everything.
the queen? Yeah,
Everything.
you
Just
could be
everything.
afraid of queen.
But he knows that I know that he knows.
See, this is Mr. Aggressiveness. What's going through his mind right now is, what am I afraid of there? Am I afraid of that he has a monster already on that 3-4-4? And Neil is probably convinced that he can push him off pretty much anything right now.
By the way, stand by for details on our first competition of the day. Once again, you might want to fire up the PokerStars client because it does involve playing some real money poker. Hashtag play on PokerStars.
I see what they've done there. It's very clever. Very clever.
This is the spot he should have been in with his sevens instead of queen high.
He folds. And Neil Farrell boosts his chip lead. Farrell now with an 80 big blind stack, close to 13 million chips. Desetto second on the leaderboard. Fernandez in third. Teziani bringing up the rear with just 10 big blinds after losing that flip to Feraldo. So it's KO poker time once again here on EPT Live. For the next hour, that's the next 60 minutes. If you're knocked out by a bad beat in a real money game on Stars, you could win a KO poker ticket. Now here is how it works. In order for it to qualify as a bad beat, you have to be at least a 60% favourite when the money goes in. And crucially, it has to be a bad beat which results in you being eliminated. Boom the hand, using Boom Player. Tweet the link, using the hashtag EPTWin. And the 4 sickest beats win prizes. And I want to be absolutely clear, today we are judging it by percentage. So the sickest beat will decide how big a percentage favourite you were when the money went in to then losing. Has to be from a real money game. That's an MTT, sit and go, spin and go, or KO poker game. And it must be played between now and an hour's time. Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
Good
getting
luck.
knocked out.
Good luck getting the sickest beat.
Good luck having the worst thing that can happen to you in poker happen to you in poker.
I like to see it as compensation. It's not something you want to happen, but if it were to happen, at least you know there's a chance that you get something for your efforts.
It is. It's insurance for the next 60 minutes.
I just already now feel sorry for the guy who comes in fifth.
I also felt it's fairer to do it that way and reward people who've suffered a bad beat rather than encourage people to commit bad beats and have everyone playing like monkeys online.
No encouragement required. So this must be like someone just brought Neil his most favourite comfortable chair. He's got loads of chips. He's got 15 minutes left on a table to just do as much damage as he possibly can.
He's basically hoping that the short stack is going to stay in for as long as possible, because that will very logically turn the other two down and not make them call as light, not be as aggressive. So
now you've got to worry about Stefano shoving and Neil running you over. So anybody, the other two guys in the middle are just like, do you know what? I'm just going to step out the room for a minute.
We've got all in the call here. Terziani shoves small to big, gets snap called by Desetto. King 4 for Terziani, A7 suited for Desetto. At least the Italian is live.
is he singing his own name?
I believe so. How strange.
That's never going to turn out good. If I really want to do it myself, I'm probably going to start singing Jurgensen.
Yeah, not bad. Played like a moron.
Harsh.
But that's cool. I just think it's just...
How many people can say played like a moron and be sitting there with a monster chip lead?
That must have been before I got him.
Yeah, he basically...
I think he's been playing very well, especially with that re-raise with the A6.
Well, there is a 7 on the flop, which takes away one of Terziani's live cards. He is now looking for a king.
What was that?
That was his middle name.
king saves him.
Slim pickings. Quick drink from that empty bottle. Refreshing air. Style it out.
3 outs. He doesn't hit, and we are down to 3. As the start-of-day chip leader, Stefan Desetto, eliminates Stefano Taziani in 3rd place. Taziani cashes in 3rd place.
See the cards now. You have King Jack.
Because he has been
This 5.
KO'd.
The funny thing is that he didn't even know there was a camera there. It was a hidden camera. We just got lucky.
High score.
That's KO'd.
Very nice.
So it's pretty even at the top now. 80 big blinds apiece for Desetto and Farrell, around the 12.8 million mark. Fernandez, the shortest stack with 34 bigs. And we are three-handed in the FPS Monaco main event.
It's alright. Let's move around a little bit now, actually. Oh no, the camera's moving up. Not too.
They'll keep up, Neil, as long as you keep your cards in the box. That's the key thing.
Yeah.
Cards in the box.
What's the top prize here again, James? Remind me.
218,000.
Nice.
So everyone's now guaranteed 89k, 128k for the runner-up, 218,000 for the winner. So pretty sick money jumps now. So unraised, blind on blind, Queen 9 against 8-5, and the Jack 6 flop.
Yeah, I bet Julian Fernandez is hating seeing these two go to war, the two chip giants.
Oh, no. He's hoping for a miracle here.
Yeah, he's going to please both have
Raise, re-raise, yeah. All in.
Please both have Jack.
Yeah.
Very specific prayer.
Jack 5 against Jack 6, please.
Exactly. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense to me.
1 second.
Check calling on Queen High instead of just leading out and trying to bluff it.
You could hit a Queen or a 9 on the river.
Yeah, but why not just lead out and then there's some fold equity instead of the other way around? If you decided that you don't believe him in anyway, just lead out. He's gonna call and then you get the river anyway. But this chick calling out of position on Queen High is just not very well played.
Neil Farrell, value betting his 5, 450,000. It's 8, of course.
And it seems like Desetto is wasting our time.
That's why it's important to be ready for anything.
Right. The reason I was distracted there is I need a ruling. I need a ruling from the rest of the booze because we were talking about students.
Yes.
And how we didn't want anyone studying anything important to be distracted by poker. OJ.
Discover customer service? Ma'am, this isn't a computer.
Revising for
With
undergrad
Discover Card, you
exams
can
in
talk to a real person in the US like me, anytime.
No
Wow.
longer revising
This is
now
a
that
recording.
EPT is
Really?
live.
No, I'm kidding.
100% US-based customer service. Here to help, not to sell. Not study.
Study. Yeah, I'm gonna go the other way around.
That means I have the casting vote. I am the Jor-El of this panel on Krypton, and I say, study.
The council has spoken.
Room for 5 and plenty of cargo space. The luxurious Fiat 500X crossover is a lot bigger than you think. The 500X crossover. A whole new way to look at Fiat.
So for the second hand in a row, it's folded to the blinds. Neil in the small this time with, drum roll please, Queen 3.
Classic raising hand.
Every time from the small blind.
The great thing for Neil in this spot is that we haven't really seen them play back at him until now.
Nicely timed, sir.
And I like that. That should show a lot of respect, and I really doubt Neil is going to do anything but fold.
And that's fine, right, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
You do that enough times, and when somebody pushes back, you go, well, that's fine, well done, mate.
Yes.
And you fold it, and you move on.
Where's the fun in folding? It's boring. What if he's raising with nothing? It's a prime spot for a 4-bet.
Okay, I'll see what you block me with later.
If he can start doing that a lot more right now, I'm convinced he's going to be paid off with that because he hasn't done it for a long time.
Yeah.
So he's going to get some respect, which he also did in this spot. If they don't start doing that, Neil is definitely just going to run over them.
Chance Cornuth on the rail, who of course took down the 10k high roller at the start of this festival for more than 350 grand.
Looking a bit dreamy. Looking up to the
He
sky.
wants to be Ginger as well.
Remembering the good times.
Jack 9 for Neil on the button, that's a raise.
This is going to get interesting.
325,000. Fernandez in the small blind has ace queen of diamonds.
Yum.
And he threw out a load of chips there. I think it's a re-raise. 780,000. 2 quick folds. So 26 hands played so far at this final table. Half the table has been eliminated. 3 players competing for the title trophy and first prize of 218 grand. Neil Farrell, still the current chip leader, just has the advantage over Stefan Desetto, 77 and 76 big blinds respectively. Julian Fernandez, who we're looking at here, has 40 big blinds. And the blinds are going up in 3 minutes' time. That's when we'll take our first break of the day. During that break, there'll be a chance for us to relive classic moments of EPT Grand Finals past. One of which, and I don't know whether it will be during the break, Theo, but one of our classic EPT moments features you from back in like season 2, I think. Back from when you always wore the beanie.
Yeah. Oh, that was lucky until that hand. Then I wasn't wearing it after that.
He does a very good job of looking unhappy regardless of what's happening at any given time.
He's extremely good at that.
Here we go, confirmation of the classic moments from the inaugural EPT Grand Final you'll get to see during the break. It's always coming 7, a brave call from Brandon Schaefer, and Isabel Mercier's ace is getting cracked.
Oh.
So, Neil Farrell wakes up with ace king in the big blind once again. The inevitable 3-bet.
I'm guessing Fernandez isn't happy about that, but I mean, it's just a guess. I've got
I
visions.
think that's an awesome guess. I really like that guess.
If he turns it round, I've got visions of Joe at some point in the next few hours presenting you with the tournament and him just going, yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Obviously, this should turn into a fold, especially now that we know what Farrell has. But at one point, they're going to be so tired of getting re-raced by Neil that they're going to have, okay, I've had it. And
somebody's going to snap.
Yes.
It's all going to kick
that
off.
Could have been there.
So Fernandez folds, and that is the last hand of the level. We are now on break. So we're going to say thank you to Theo Jorgensen from Team PokerStars.
Thanks for having me. That was an excellent hour.
Well done.
That was really interesting.
And more guest commentators on the way. We're going to be joined by Elkie later on. Jay Cody's coming into the booth as we continue to play down to a champion here in the FPS main event with 3 players remaining. So blinds are going up to 100,000, 200,000 with a 25k ante, 65 bigs for chip leader Neil Farrell, 61 big blinds for start of day chip leader Stefan Desetto. Julian Fernandez has 30 big blinds. So we're going to kick off this break with a feature that recently appeared in the EPT12 Malta TV show, where we ask, is Neil Farrell a genius or is Neil Farrell a madman? With Neil Farrell at the EPT Malta Final Table, it's no surprise things are moving along at a nifty pace. He's certainly not afraid to play big parts. In fact, whenever we see Neil on the PokerStars.com EPT, we find ourselves asking, is he a genius or a madman?
So here we go, the first hand of our new level, level 32, the Chinese way. Pocket 3s for Fernandez. Raised. Sorry, no, he didn't. It was Neil that raised. Fernandez actually called with his pocket 3s. Actually, is 80% favourite here, but with only all 3 of the cards on the flop being overcards. Would prefer to maybe see some kind of draw hand. No, and now Neil, of course, ahead. Hand plays itself. Don't know why I'm really talking. I'm just worried if I stop talking, they won't pay me.
Well, we just have to figure out what card Neil needs to hit, and then just announce that ahead of time.
Right.
That makes sense.
Incidentally, a real quick shout out because I can see on Twitter, and just remind you, tag your tweets EPT Live if you want to chat with myself and Joe here in the booth. Lots of people playing the knockout competition and not including the hashtag EPT win in their entries. Don't forget, you must include EPT win if you want all your boomed hands to be considered for that sick beat action.
Sick beat action, base you can feel.
I wonder how many seasons through you'd need to be before calling. But I mean, what's the? Let me rephrase it. What's the longest gap in seasons before you still call back? Would you like do a call back to season 7? You know, how much credit are we giving our audience for remembering any of our old gags?
Yes, but you do it less frequently.
Right. Okay. So there's no kind of like cut-off point.
No. But also, I forget about it after a while. True. Check on the river. Pair of 10's gonna be good for Neil Farrell.
There you go. He's up to 68. 68 big blinds now. 13,740,000 in chips. Such a key hand, key level, that last level 31. Neil from top to bottom to top of the leaderboard, back and forth. Now going to get comfortable. Incidentally, I don't know what our audience think the odds are that when they send in a boom going, hey guys, check out this hand I just played. What would you say roughly is the mathematical probability that you, Joe, might check any of those hands out?
A number that's not 0, but
Yeah.
is less than 1%.
Okay. I will allow fractions of 0. So like 0.00.
I say 1/10 of 1%.
Okay.
And that's just including times I might click on it by accident. Like maybe there was a porn tab nearby it that I was going for
Right.
and then hit that.
Or maybe you thought it was from a girl and you were just going to try and enlarge her photo from the...
Yeah, exactly. You're watching EPT Live?
And with that, Neil has raised it up under the gun with his suited Jack 3. The setter has decided to come along for the right from the big blind with Ace 4. Check, check. Neil very happy to just slow things down when he gets nowhere because...
He does. He gets everywhere all the time. Every time.
I was just going to say the sentence because he knows if he checks for long enough, he'll just make his hand. And I was going to say ironically and for comedy, but here he is once again. Although in fairness, last level he did actually get clacked around the chops by the deck a fair few times, so the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away at the beginneth.
Well, this time he giveth.
That's the thing is, like, luck is meant to come in equal good and bad parts. It just depends whether it comes on the final table when you're down to 3, or whether it comes on day 1, like where there's a real key pot when you're at the 50-100 level.
And it doesn't matter, like you make a straight flush and your opponents check out before you even bet.
Yeah, you think you're checking to raise and they just check it back and you take the smallest pot mathematically possible.
So Neil Farrell slowly chipping away at these guys. Up to 70 big blinds. 58 for DeSetto, 24 for Fernandez.
Yeah, Theo Jorgensen, our guest in the last level, did indeed predict, right, well, this is it. Neil Farrell's now got a bunch of chips. He is just gonna bash and bash and bash on this. Make a real pest of himself. Mixture of aggression and just sometimes hitting the cards. And of course, for a lot of the time, the opponents don't know which is which. I'm amazed they managed to get that photo of Fernandez in the bottom left of your screen smiling, because so far he looks like he would rather be anywhere but in the last 3 of this. Just his poker face, I'm sure.
That's because life is full of darkness. It is barely worth living. It is full of pain and poker.
Uncanny. Queen 10 raises it up, gets a call from the suited Ace-7 of DeSetto, and now Neil Farrell with the King 5 suited. Priced in, is what Colin Murray would say. It's priced in here, John.
I used to have a guy that played in my home game. He was amazing. He would call with any 2 cards before the flop, and he'd go into the Chicago accent. Gotta keep you honest. Gotta keep you honest.
Ace, 6, Jack. 2 clubs, that's fantastic. So, it's the draw for Fernandez, it's the top pair for DeSetto, and it's the flush draw, the nuts flush draw for Farrell. Interesting here. So, donk lead from DeSetto into Fernandez. Sorry, not into Fernandez, into Farrell, but considering it was Fernandez up.
Love a good donk lead.
A good donk lead. Farrell, how does he want to go about this? Looks like he's going to splat.
That looks like a call.
Going to splat this one back.
It's a good spot. Like, I think that a donk lead a lot of the time is answered by the heroes with a raise. Like a good percentage of the time. I think that was a pretty good spot to not do it, obviously, knowing what the cards are. So good instincts by Neil. I think a lot of amateurs are inclined to lead with a 6 there and just see if they can get away with something.
Yeah.
Lead with 2 5s.
Oh, Julian Fernandez is out of there, so we are heads up to a 5 of spades turn, 3.1 million in the pot.
Now, Neil's been running so good today, I hope he has not mistaken that spade for a club.
Because you would be expecting it
Yeah.
in his spot. But then you'd be thinking, hang on, I thought I already had the 5 o'clock, so you can't look back.
Right, so you
'cause you're
can't
a
look
pro.
back. And see, but making it on the river's better for Neil. He didn't get there.
It's probably running 5s though, so no, gosh.
So now that Neil has paired his 5, obviously the check there on the turn, he's got showdown value. He had a chance to get a free card. And my guess is that he is going to be able to fold this pretty easily. Two pair. 4 Dosetto.
$1,000,000 units.
Neil does get away relatively unscathed.
Yeah, I think they were all good investments all along the way. Just
called when he had equity, checked when he had showdown value, folded when he definitely didn't have the best hand.
And that how you consistently do well at the pokers.
And the Twitch chat has noticed that it is always coming 7.
It is.
Sometimes you're at dinner and you're playing credit card and the 7 is coming. You play the credit card roulette and it is always coming 7.
They seemed so pleased, didn't they, in those little interviews? Just so, it's so funny. I must tell you, so funny.
Sweaty 7s guy?
Yeah.
4, 5.
Famous now, famous we've made those people. 21 bigs for Julian here. Neil and Stefan kind of swapping up and down on the top of the table. Have you heard the latest numbers in the main event, Jack?
Nobody.
735 there now. Add that to the...
Wait, 735 just today?
That's what I understand.
Woo!
What was it, a couple of hundred for yesterday?
What's a good sound effect for that? I haven't done one of those for a while.
It's crazy cuckoo out there. Yeah, nearly 300 yesterday.
Wait, so we're going to have a foul ball?
I think so. All in from Fernandez.
Oh. That seems like a big shove with Queen 6.
Yeah.
27 big blinds?
4 million.
Can you count my chips, Fernandez?
I mean, this seems like kind of a loose call too with A7, but why so serious if you got a big hand?
I think this is an ego. Can I get a count? How much is it?
Right.
I don't think this is true. I don't think you can. Why on earth would you want to put yourself in this spot? It might just be one of those. I just want to make you think twice about shoving on me.
Right.
I'm just going to make you sweat just for a minute here.
He seems genuinely
interested.
Debating, yeah.
I also wonder if he might feel like he's not going to be able to outplay Neil Farrell, and maybe thinks maybe what I need to do is actually gamble here.
Want all the chips when we go heads up?
Yeah, and give myself so many chips that I can just play a bit faster, remove some. Is it cool?
He reached for chips. He said 4.2 and then reached for chips.
I made a classic commentator's mistake. I reacted to you rather than the player.
He said fold.
Yeah, for some reason I don't know why, but I chose to watch you during that hand. And
he went to pick up chips.
It was just ridiculous. And oh my god! Yeah. I thought, why am I commentating on Joe's face? I should just watch the guy folding. It's
pretty ridiculous most of the time. So.
And Fernandez, look at his face. Absolutely delighted. He's absolutely delighted, John.
I don't know what I was doing.
Your classic over celebration.
Find out in 30 minutes.
A sweet and clean $5 million for Julian Fernandez.
$5 million on the dizzle.
Mind you, at 100,000, 200,000, 25k ante.
I forgot he's a fruit and vegetable salesman, this guy, so it makes sense that he would go bananas there. Oh. Come on, guys. Aren't you glad I made that joke? When life gives you lemons.
If only I could think of a sentence that squeezes the word pomegranate in. Leave it with me. It'll be
Don't take it for pomegranate.
help.
I gotta leave the booth for a second. I gotta take a kiwi.
Well, your timing is bad because at least one of our 3 remaining players
Clangers.
has quality hand here. The 9-10 suited, entirely playable.
We know Neil Farrell would play it.
So raising a call, we are going to go to a flop with over $1 million in the middle. Can Neil Farrell's kings get themselves into trouble? There's an... My lord.
Don't say it, Matt.
I can't say.
You can't say that board. You'll get fired.
I can't say it.
There are 3 8s on that flop.
There's a double 8 and an 8.
And a third 8.
Wow. That's the luckiest flop I've seen all day. Look at Fernandez's face. Absolutely delighted to see that flop.
So what's this, the third nuts for Neil Farrell?
Well, 15 minutes have passed, so he's probably due the third nuts hand right now. His allowance. And of course he is gonna fire at this.
$888. Can we say that?
You can. Very casual call from Julian Fernandez. Gonna see how this develops. Oh,
thank God the turn card didn't say party.
Oh, this is just... I mean, actually, credit to Julian. I mean, his face, literally no change whatsoever.
I mean, that's good. That's a good poker face, but this is real trouble for him, all jokes aside.
Yeah. You fill up and you think, oof, here we go. How do I profit from this? I just kind of came in for a very casual call on the flop. Let's just float this, see how things develop. His neck definitely not throbbing at all like a bouncy castle. Just keeping it cool, working it out.
He's breathing a little bit, but, you know, you have to.
You have to,
I've
otherwise
heard,
you die.
Yeah, you gotta breathe. One of those things.
It is very hard to win pots when you've actually passed away post-turn. So 1.8 million in the middle. Julian with his 8s full of 9s.
And I think Neil smooth calls this pretty much always.
Half for 550,000 from Fernandez. Would be stunned to find that he's only got 5% equity right now, considering his holding. Similar props to Neil Farrell's face, just kind of like, yeah, just got to work this out.
Trying to solve a mystery. Oh, it gives him almost a click back. Yeah, I guess I was wrong about that when I said I think he's going to be calling most of the time, unless this is one of those rare occasions.
Well, you've got to mix it up, haven't you? You don't want to be predictable.
I mean, I guess he figures that if his opponent... Whoa, okay, he played this right.
Yeah, and he nearly had managed to finish the word in. Before the call came through.
Well done, Neil Farrell. Clicks it back, manages to get his opponent, stick it in, drawing nearly dead. 5% equity.
One card to save Fernandez. I mean, this will be still huge for him.
I would have just never suspected that my opponent would go crazy with the worst hand here. But Neil read the situation right, and that's why he's there.
and not here.
On va faire parler ta chatte les gens.
And vice versa.
Tonight, yes.
Gonna have to be one of the 2 remaining 9s in the deck to save Julian Fernandez here. Otherwise, it's another massive pot for Neil Farrell. And that's the way it's going to be. It is 89,000 euros for 3rd place for Julian Fernandez. His first ever recorded cash. Back to the fruit and veg, my friend. Back to the fruit and veg.
On a fait ça, ma fille. J'ai frappé le 9 et... Mauvaise rencontre. Il a renoncé tous les boutons. Mais il a une main quand je frappe mon 9. C'est karaoke.
Nearly 18 million in chips now.
Are we doing each hand or...
Knockout. And you know what that means, Joe. Have you been here for any of the knockouts so far?
I have. I've seen it.
So you know exactly what's
Cover your
coming.
faces, everyone. Watch out.
Well, we managed that well. Great job, everyone. You're watching EPT Live.
We missed the kick.
We did, I know. So here we are, looking at one of our last remaining 2 players. Neil Farrell with, as mentioned, 18 million. Going to be playing heads up against Stefan Dossetto, who has nearly 13 million. Again, still got 40 minutes left here at the 100,000, 200,000 level with 25 ante. We're going to take an impromptu 10-minute break. Stick around, though, because there is more moments coming up with Ben Grundy and Marcel Lusk. You're watching EPT Live.
So this is where they do the Grand Prix. It's pre. Actually...
Anyway, forget the sunshine. It's all about being in a room with plenty of artificial lighting. In fact, that's got more artificial lighting than required. I'm Matt Brown, and this is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Welcome to Heads Up Poker.
Yeah, we are down to the last 2 in our France Poker Series main event. We started with 6 today. You can see we just lost before this impromptu break. Julian Fernandez, Fruit and Veg Boy, 89,000 euros for his troubles, and now we are left with the rather tantalizing thought of Stefan Dossetto with nearly 13 million, and Neil Farrell, Malta champ, with just over 18 million. Respectively, 1964, big blinds to battle it out. We've got 40 minutes left at the 100,000, 200,000 level with a 25k ante. And did you do anything exciting during your break?
No, I just watched the comments scrolling by on Twitch.
So you've not been back down into the dealers?
No, I haven't.
Well, that's fair enough. And this is what they're fighting
story,
for.
bro.
Yeah, thanks. I thought, you know what? Joe's the kind of guy who gets into trouble even when there's only a 10-minute break.
Well, it's just weird that you asked me that because you sat here with me. So that's why I was a little thrown.
I thought it might be the opportunity for you to lie and make up an anecdote, because sometimes you'll just tell jokes as if they're actually anecdotes of things that happen to you.
That is true.
Anyway, look, yesterday we gave you the opportunity to get involved in a competition to win one of our actual glorious tables. Why not have a look at this?
Hold on a second, I put my glow sticks away. Matt, take those gloves off. Woo!
Oh man,
that light show is amazing. I need some water over here.
I was having it large. I've never seen such an exciting shot of a drinks holder before in my life.
Oh man, your pupils are huge right now.
If you want to win one of those amazing tables, Made by Tables Win, is we need to hear what you think the design for the poker table of the future is. You can be as imaginative as you want, and also you can enter it however you fancy. Don't worry if you're not an amazing artist. We just want, you can scribble down your ideas, like draw something out on a napkin. You can get on Microsoft Paint or Photoshop. you can model something out of clay. You've got until Thursday, so don't rush at this. We just want to see what you can come up with. Remember to tag any tweets of pictures and designs that come through to us. Hashtag EPT Table. As mentioned, you up till Thursday, 12 noon Central European time. So dazzle us with your creativity. Meanwhile, let's take a look at our two warriors as they get down to business here. Heads up.
Yeah, always, mate. Fun. Either way. We got beer afterwards anyway.
Handshake was good. A little awkward with the kind of the touching of each other's biceps there. I'm not sure what that was about. Maybe there was some part of the agreement. What would you like to see on this table? One of the ideas yesterday, it was actually just a chat that came through in the Twitch, but somebody said it'd be great if there was just like a robot hand that if just at some point you'd taken just too long, just a robot hand just goes yoink and just takes your cards.
What do you think of
I used to do that.
having a time bank, right? Like a time limit, a shot clock, but you don't know how much time is on it. And it could be anywhere between 10 seconds and a minute. But after 10 seconds, it's anybody's guess when that thing can reach out and grab your cards.
I like that. I like it. I'm going to have to think about it.
I think a lot of people's actual hands would end up getting grabbed by the robot hand. Because you see the door open up, you reach out to protect your hand, and boom, takes your hand off.
I like that also. What was the film with Justin Timberlake and Amanda Seyfried?
Oh my God.
And what was her name? The one out Tron as well.
It was
Olivia something. Just in time. Time out. Time in time.
All I remember is that's the movie where Justin Timberlake steals time from the audience.
Yeah, and they play poker and he's all in for his last 3 seconds of life. That's probably a bit extreme. Anyway, you know what to do. Dazzle us with your creativity on that competition. Don't rush. There's no advantage to getting your entries in early. And as we explained yesterday, we'll be myself, Joe, and James championing, should I say, one of the entries each, and then delivering that to a panel.
Matt, I got one of the questions that you're really good at answering on Twitch. Aurelio wants to know, how did Big Stack end up with Big Stack?
He won more hands than the other players.
Or possibly less hands, but they were worth more chips.
That's also an option. He also kept doing stuff like this, where he just plays any 2 cards, and then flops probably 3 of a kind, and then, goes on to allow his opponent to in some way improve.
So like here, specifically, we're going to test your memories, audience.
How many queens do you remember? While our graphics catch up, I can remind you it is Neil's got the Queen 6. It's the 3 deuce, the Stefan.
In time. Thank you, Dr. Spin.
In time. I might have said that in one of my guesses.
Well, we said just in time. And I think we were combining the star's name with the name of the movie.
Bit of love coming through on both Twitch and Twitter for Neil Farrell. Good luck, everyone.
A couple of submissions on that big poker table thing have been good. Poker table,
do you know what? I actually haven't looked. I've quite deliberately not looked because when we did the Atari competition back at the PCA, I realised I was looking as we went, and so I kind of developed a little bit of affection for some, and I realised that didn't help me in the judging process because
you want to look at them all at once.
I'd already seen some guy I really like that Pac-Man one, and so when it came to picking some, that I think already had a kind of a place in my heart. So I'm deliberately not looking at them, and also because I might accidentally start talking about what I've seen, and then people pick up on that and steal it. So I'm going to keep myself pure.
A lot of folks on Twitch asking if there was a deal. No deal reached between these two. And if you look at this from Neil Farrell's perspective, first of all, there is not a massive jump between first and second, and there is proportionally, I guess. It's like what is that? Like a 90K difference, almost 85, something like
less,
that.
Yeah.
And that is big when you consider the total prize. But a lot of times when these guys make deals on tour, it's when there's like a $500,000 difference. There's a larger difference. Neil Farrell is going to expect to be the favorite here. most of the time, and he's got a significant chip lead. It's not really one of those situations where you would expect a deal. Maybe if it were two players that were sort of had Joe Seto's background,
yeah,
would have come to a deal.
And also, you can imagine that if they'd made a deal here, that Neil Farrell would have actually probably ended up with more than the first prize. You know, they've done a deal, and rather than the 218, is that now Neil Farrell is guaranteed 350,000. We've done the ICM and taken into account history and skill level. We've got 3 spades down here, which means that Deseto right now has the best of it, but of course the queen of spades in Neil Farrell's hand could spoil things.
Spades. Oh, but you know what? Still spades left in the deck.
Exactly. Deseto, considering the 1.1 million bet to call, depends if he's going to. I've got flushed. Oh, God, I hate situations like this. I'm all in. Always hard to pull off that particular acting line. Oh, let's knock him over. Now the dealer's going to stand them all up again. Raise 3.3 mil does the job. No further fishing required. Be interesting now that Neil was kind of a bit more of a bully when they were down 4 and 3-handed. Now that they're kind of equal-ish in chips, all the time in the world to play with. So deep here, 82 bigs and 71. Just depends if he's just gonna just chip away here. Avoid any big hands.
Yeah, I mean, this could take a while. They're pretty deep.
I don't want to say the words Mickey Peterson, but I'm going to say the words Mickey Peterson.
He's going to say Sticky Meterson.
Could be
a Poville.
A 13-hour chipping exercise. Pastel line, the 25,000 black heart. 100,000 marooned. 500,000. Great Dave Gilmour song.
More like Dave Gill less. Not a fan.
No?
I don't know who that is.
There's a band called Pink Floyd.
Oh!
Perhaps you're familiar with them. There is Julian in the background. He isn't much smaller than Neil. He's just further away. Should point that out for those of you watching in 2D. Thank you.
Oh, he looks like a baby when he giggles. A little bearded baby. Timmy G points out an excellent fact that there was a deal at EPT Malta for Neil 1 recently.
Indeed.
So he obviously would make a deal in some cases.
Yeah, there are some players that
it's not like he's a no-dealsy.
Yeah. I don't really understand the players that just have like an arbitrary, I do not make deals. Because you go, well, certainly there must be some situations.
That attitude, I find, doesn't really exist anymore. The people who tend to have that attitude are people that would never be in this situation in the first place.
Right.
It's been a really long time since I've seen plenty of people turn down deals. I've seen plenty of people say no to deals. I've not heard someone in a very long time at an EPT final table go, I don't do deals.
Deals are for losers.
Would never do a deal. What's the point? What are you playing for? And Neil Farrell makes a straight on the turn. Both players got a flush draw. Guess whose is better? Guess who's drawing dead on the turn? Two different people. Neil Farrell's flush draw is better. Deseto dead on the turn. I guess chop pot opportunities.
Yeah, 5% of the time. Yeah, king would be a bit of a passion killer for Neil.
And there it is.
Sorry about that. I didn't make that happen, I promise you. I've played in home games where right now the dealer would arrange the cards in sequential order.
Really?
Yeah.
Just to let everyone know.
Just to make it really apparent. Because it's like, especially if there's like a dealer that's got a bit of OCD, and he can't bear that they're almost in sequence but not quite.
I can deal with a home game dealer doing just about anything except for when they look at the card first before they put it down.
Or when they comment on your bet, they go, that's a really small bet. You go, you are the dealer here. But if you've ever seen televised poker, the dealers don't normally go, looks to me like you got a flush, mate.
Well, that has happened in televised poker, but those people don't last very long in that job. Whoops.
Well,
I'm talking about you, Roger.
A bet and a fast call, and they get to chop it up. This looks to me like it is in fact going to be what we in trade call a chop pot. And do you know what they say, Joe?
Everyone loves a chop pot. That's a chop.
Look here, not bad. You're in good shape.
Like, I'm always playing to split because even if the diamond came, you like...
Yeah, two outs to split. Sometimes that's all you need.
It's like a subtle needle from Neil.
Yeah. Being asked by Zuli, who are the judges for the table competition? Ultimately, to start off with, it's myself, Joe, and James. I was originally led to believe that we would be presenting our favourites to an ultimate decider, and I'm not sure who the ultimate decider is.
The Poker Stars Fat Cat. What?
We're
giving away what?
So yeah, there's going to be an ultimate panel. So the way it works is myself, Joe, and James will champion individually our own personal favourites, or what we at least cumulatively agree are the best three entries. We will present that to a third party. Because it's quite a big deal. This is quite a good prize. Let's not make any bones about it.
You know, I didn't want to read Pete Blow's tweet. It says heads up, and the dealer is more known worldwide than the players, because I think it's a little rude to the players. But then someone tweeted into the Polish stream, and I can't even read the tweet, but it's a photo of Sean the dealer, and the only words I can make out in between the Polish words are Sean the dealer. So his tweet ended up being so correct that I have to give him credit.
Yeah, that is true.
So we don't have Neil Farrell's cards here. Dosetto has flopped an up and down draw. The bad end of an up and down draw. A worse end of an up and down draw.
Things getting better though. Got a couple of ways out of this. Or maybe he's just good already.
Forget the moment. Well, let's see what Neil does. Old from Neil.
It's because he didn't have any cards. They're just blanks.
It's really tough to win. It's more of a bluffing game at that point. But if you think your opponent's strong, they don't have a hand that you can take them off of, I wouldn't recommend. I certainly wouldn't call with blanks.
Well, one were the rules of bridge, and the other one was like just a card cutter, so very hard to win with those. Really close in chips now. Look at this. 15.5 for Neil. Just over 15 million for Stefan.
Oh, Midas on Twitch says, I love poker. I am addicted.
Well, that's nice.
Glad to have you on board. Oh, Midas.
Remind you some of the news about Stefan. 28 from Paris. Plays mostly live poker and mainly tournaments.
It's a good Photoshop coming in from Zugler. Matt smacking me about the face with a fish.
Fast you can feel.
Fast you can feel.
Good shot. Stefan is described in my notes as a young entrepreneur. 6, so I'm just going to try and spread them out in case we're still here in 10 hours. So this was the raise initially from Neil. Got the call from Stefan. The aggression continues.
So nonplussed over these trip queens. Oh, God.
Oh, wow.
Just the worst. Fine, I'll throw a chip in. Whatever.
Well, now does this give Neil a reason? He's not going to like the fact he's been called from 2 streets. Now he's got a cheeky way out of it, but it might be one of those reverse implied odds kind of things where you don't really want to hit your flush because then you're going to pay someone off with a bigger flush. I think they abolished reverse implied odds in 2010.
Nah, it's still a thing.
Is that still a thing?
It's weird if you watch certain streams, people don't talk about it.
Why is it? What is it? Just decided it just doesn't like life with mud trip queens, and Neil's like, get out of there. So now Stefan taking the lead and pushing off into the distance.
Uh-oh.
Nearly 16 million for him, 14.5 million for Neil.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
So apparently we were trying to put the bass you can feel photo on the screen, but because we can only do squares, are you going to put it up anyway or no? Come on, you can just blame me. We were going to put it up. Great.
Good.
This is what happens when you don't put things up in a square. Zuggler.
Yeah, don't forget, we're still working on shapes other than squares, technology, and all that kind of thing.
And we broke it. Yeah. This really piece of outdated technology that we should have had years ago is now currently broken.
Also, Lewis, you'll be pleased to know Joe has written in and in capital letters has shouted, "Password today, please."
Did we do a password? Did we do a password already?
But don't worry, guys. Get your client ready.
Pass, please.
Pass, please. Because we may well have a little bit of password action for you any minute now. One of the minutes that follow this one currently will contain a password. Not telling you when. And it's going to be one of those where if you want the password, you're going to have to write it down because the client's opened up. Well, having been told that we were going to do it in a minute, I'm now being told we're going to do it later.
We're doing the picture in a minute.
Oh, I've got
pictures in a minute,
right.
Password later.
Right.
Lots of fun and games.
Lots of fun and games. Sorry, guys.
Neil Farrell.
I thought we were referring to me reading out about the guy saying password. And immediately was told in a minute. I thought, brilliant. Sorry, Lewis.
Crosswires.
Sorry, Lewis. It was crosswires. Classic crosswires here in the booth. Forgive me. Meanwhile, look, some heads up's just ticking over. It's just happening out there.
Remember before the thing we said was going to happen in a minute? It's been a minute. There it is.
Yeah, you really can't see hardly any of that, can you?
Well, read the phrase.
Oh, that's even worse. That's even worse than I was led to believe it would be.
Ass, you can
And that,
sorry, ace.
Oh dear. Stare at some people until they feel so awkward that they self-destruct. Sorry, Lewis, can't bring you the password. That'll be coming later. There seems very little point in giving out the password when the game actually can't be registered yet. But stick around and we'll tell you a bit more about the free roll a bit later in the day. The funny thing is, once we're in here, the only thing I'm aware of is what level it is and how long is left on the clock. Right now, I really am so disconnected with what the time is in the country we're in that I don't know whether we're coming up to 8 o'clock or whether it's still kind of in the afternoon.
Who do we have here? Continental Liam Gallagher?
Yeah, sunshine. You like me?
He could get together with, what was that guy you said before? Gilmore?
Dave Gilmore.
Dave Gilmore. They can make Pink Floyd the Wonderwall.
Nice.
Actually trying to find you on Facebook.
Here we go. It is Queen Jack off. Neil Farrell raises it up, wins it. That's it. Game over.
And there's still 70 cents. Hey, why don't they do what they didn't yesterday? Didn't they make a deal for 20-minute levels? Isn't that what happened?
That is true.
Has anyone told these guys that's an option? Just so you know, that wasn't the worst hue I've ever done.
That wasn't the worst of it. 9-7 suited. That looks pretty. Just a limp on the button here. King 6. Oh, some spades would be lovely, wouldn't it? Raise and a call. King 6 spades versus 9-7 spades. Queen 7 Jack gives the Seto the best with a pair of 7s. You gotta love backdoors if you want to get too attached to the King 6 right now.
10 of spades is a backdoor for everyone
in all
every
hands.
possible way.
Even some of the guys playing down in the main event, that would probably hit.
Well, both have a bad pair, but one of their pairs is good.
New deck on table 17, you may have heard there. That's nothing to do with our heads up game.
No, but somebody's luck is due to change now that there's a new deck.
Yeah. These guys still switching back and forth. It's now nearly 17 million for Stefan, 13.5 million for Neil.
Dosetto gets Neil Farrell to fold a worse hand. I'm not sure why you bet there. That's all I'm saying.
That's fair enough. I have nothing to give back.
Oops, Zuggler's gotten back to us with a square photo.
Well, you know what? We asked and he delivered. If you've got any interesting visuals you'd like to be part of the stream, just make them square. That's all we're saying.
Sorry.
Raise and a call. The 9-3 says, I think this is the spade only deck. That's why they were calling for new decks.
One spade on the flop.
Yeah.
Both players flop a gut shot. Both have got a blocker. And they've all got spade blockers for each other.
Just over $1 million in the middle. Here we go. Try and take this one down.
I don't think it's going to work very often, yep.
No real surprise. We're going to see a turn.
And Dosetto manages to catch the 9. Farrell now the one drawing dead to a chop.
Yeah, but look at his face. Look at his mouth. He can't have made a straight, because if you'd made a straight, you wouldn't look like that, would you?
Oh, we're tricking me.
Froth, mate. Froth, mate. Looks a bit like Tom York out Radiohead, but not much like Tom York out Radiohead. 2 pair. No good.
So is Dosetto going to do the move here where all of a sudden he gets real interested and then acts not that cool with his hand?
Yeah.
He's like, let me just scoot in here for a second. Let me like.
And he goes,
I don't know what to do
and then
here.
he's going to put out a million.
I think he's in a situation though where Neil may have too strong a hand to call. Let's see, 800,000 is the bet. It's a third of the pot. I mean, Neil was in this situation in a hand very early on today. When he had a hand he knew he should fold, he was getting some pretty ridiculous river odds. It's 800,000 right now. I mean, he's getting 4 to 1.
Yeah, close the action.
Do we think that Dosetto's going to have a 10 often enough to fold here? Would he sometimes have a queen? Don't know enough about this fella's game.
Yeah, especially heads up, because even there are some players where you think you know their game, but their heads up is such a different monster. He has folded it, and
nice one.
Nice hand. You could see he was tempted, and we know why, but made the right decision in the end. But it is Stefan De Soto who's starting to take a little bit of distance ahead here. 18,275,000 playing against 12,175,000. Not quite what I said, but close enough. Blinds and antes and all that stuff. But the good news is it's no limit, Joe. They've made it no limit.
There isn't a limit.
There is absolutely no limit on this. So
the only limit, Matt.
Yeah. Your imagination.
Your imagination.
Yeah, I thought it might be. Yeah. But that's the only limit, yeah. Other than that.
Take it to the limit, Scarface. Let's do it.
This also likes to limp in on his button. Just take a little look at the flop here. Now we've got King, Queen, and a raise. Domination Nation.
This is a real hold'em board right here, Matt.
Yeah, this is what it's all about. The King, Queen versus the Queen 9 on a 5-3 deuce.
It's almost
flop.
a Badoogie.
It is really just a spade and we'll be laughing. 1,450,000 in the middle. Sometimes when I look down at the Twitch chat and see somebody's typed, I would have re-raised all in. I think, I wonder which hand they're talking about, and then I remember they're talking about every hand.
Every hand. So Neil gets a little bit back there.
But only a little bit.
Yeah, and when I say a little bit back, it's not even like he's really in that bad of shape. There is the real photo. That's how it's supposed to look. Base you can feel. Are they still sponsors of the Base You Can Feel?
Well, we're not giving any of their stuff away, so probably not. You don't get nothing for nothing in this game.
Well, if I remembered the name of that company, I would be sure not to say it.
If that was a trap to try and trick me into saying it, it didn't work.
It wasn't. I just legit don't remember.
Really?
Yeah.
God bless you. So it's...
Is it this?
No.
It's not that?
No. It's...
Oh, yeah, that one.
We played a very short game of charades there. Hope you enjoyed that at home. The perfect medium for such a thing.
Brain lick. That's what...
Meanwhile, Neil has raised it up with the Jack 8 suited in diamonds. Run into the pocket tens of De Soto, who has decided to come back at him. 1.3 million is the price.
Looking straight.
13 on the nose.
Hey, maybe if Dosetto wins this, he can upgrade to Windows Seto, huh?
Am I right?
Huh? Maybe upgrade to Windows Seto.
Yeah? I'll leave that hanging there for a while. You look so pleased with yourself, I didn't want to spoil it. Now one of those, this is a competition, one of those was the sound that Joe normally gets at his stand-up, and one of them was the sound that he doesn't get at his stand-up. Well, now DeSoto has been improved from best pair to now, not that he needed to improve, but you know what I'm saying, he now has other ways to absolutely lock this bad boy down. Playing it cute, checking to Neil is not going to walk into any traps here.
Oh. So DeSoto has been making plenty of hands heads up. I think that is most of the reason why he's pulled away from Neil Farrell. Neil's done a pretty good job of not losing more chips. I don't think that any of these hands are like particularly tough spots, but he's just doing a good job when he has the losing hand of losing nearly the minimum.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? It's going to be swings and roundabouts. You know you're going to have times when you're getting there and hitting the cards, and other times that you're just going to keep stumbling along and making some kind of connection, but nothing to get too excited about. And here we have another situation. There was 2.5 million in the middle, bet of 1.5 million, Stefan.
And Neil once again folds the second best hand, a nothing hand.
Swapping me every hand?
No.
I don't want to talk about it. There's too many things.
You get a bit of love from Christopher Bean on Twitter. Don't forget hashtag EPT Live if you want to chat with us. Just catching up with the action. Thoroughly enjoyed your introduction of Neil Farrell. Was hilarious, is what the critics are saying.
That did not happen in the moment.
No, but I mean, I was here backstage and there was some wry. Well, it was more like a glint in people's eyes.
Some eyebrow raising.
Yeah, it's some people's eyes.
One of these.
They sparkled. No, not that.
Not even that.
No. I wouldn't lie to you, Joe. No.
Well, like a.
It was like this. That's it.
Did you guys hear that?
Catch that?
It was wry. He did. That was a wry look.
So, again, remembering we've got 15 hours of heads up still to come, so make sure you eat and drink plenty. 7-8 suited. I had a friend who loved 7-8 off, but hated 7-8 suited. It's like, well, you get yourself into all sorts of trouble if you make a flush.
Having a favorite hand is one of those things that you outgrow very quickly.
Yeah.
When you start playing poker. King 6 was my favorite hand for a while.
I mean, of all the things that I've heard people say is their favorite hand, King 6 doesn't make a huge amount of sense to me. Jack 9 was mine for a while. Jack 9.
I mean, that's a hand that at least can win you something sometimes.
And only because there was some video game me and my friend would play on the PC. I can't remember what it was, but there was like it was a jungle thing. There's some Vietnamese guys that were shouting, Jack 9, Jack 9. And I have no idea what they were saying, but it sounded like they were shouting Jack 9. So when we got Jack 9, we would shout Jack 9 and play it. Lost a lot of money that year.
During the hand, you'd shout Jack 9?
No, it's just you wanted to play it because you wanted to get to showdown, so you could go bang, Jack 9. So the 5 deuce off powerhouse hand for DeSoto. And the Jack 8, the clubs for Neil Farrell.
Another big flop for Neil. DeSoto's whiffed hard enough that he shouldn't get into trouble here.
Yeah, but that's exactly the point at which you can only win with a bet. Yeah?
It's hard to call raise with a bet.
True. Don't forget, tomorrow, boys and girls, main event coverage begins. Only our second day of 7 days of coverage coming to you here from the grand final. And Jack now looking sweet. Hard to imagine going to make a huge amount of money out of this particular hand. decided the best way to get something for his trouble here is to check it to Stefan.
I want to see your free.
Checked it back. Sees the jack. Checks it back. Sees the jack. Fancy that. Been pretty quiet in the heads up so far, as you can imagine. Haven't had any tweets in 8 minutes, Joe. Slow day. I think it was the bash you can feel. I think that kind of staggered everyone slightly.
Well, Fat, you did remind me that the new official sponsor is dinner. It's what's for dinner. Feeling hungry? Feeling like you need some energy? Try dinner.
Yum.
Don't forget dinner. It's what's for dinner.
Being asked, will there be any main event coverage today? No, there will not. Today is all about this conclusion of the front focuses. Also, you're suggesting that you think this is going to be over sometime soon. Yeah, I'm so sure that's going to be the case.
Oh man, dude. Dude, this dude on Twitch, Bodyguard 71 said, what, the buy-in? And then this guy's Warte Hoop went, buy-in was 2 pieces of gum.
They are really funny, aren't they?
It's outrageous. That the buy-in would be 2 pieces of gum. That's kooky talk.
It's so off the wall.
Why would it? I mean, how do you come up with this stuff? What is that guy smoking? Huh? Crazy.
Oh, they're a great addition to the output.
By the way, if you want to participate in dinner, it'll only cost you 2 pieces of gum. Dinner, it's what's for dinner. Hey, Docento with his hand. His name means 2-7.
Hey! Who'd have thought that?
Flops a pair.
It's a winner every time. Being asked for confirmation on Twitch, being heard, I heard it was cards up for a week. Is that true? Yeah. Bit of an experiment, but whereas right now we would always bring you the super high roller. Yesterday we obviously final table. We bring you the cards up. Today, final 6 of the France Poker Series. Cards up. Tomorrow, ordinarily, we would go to cards down as we join the main event, but we are going to bring you the cards right the way through. We're going to change the tables more frequently to distribute that across the playing field. But let's see how we do. See if you guys like it.
We're going to go cards up, but it's going to cost you.
Yep.
2 pieces of gum.
2 pieces of gum. And I can't wait to see exactly how many we get saying, why can I see the cards?
You increase a bit. Like, you start by 440. And
Jack 8 versus Jack 9.
Why, yes, whole cards.
So a raise to 525,000 from Neil Farrell with a Jack 8, dominated by Doceto's Jack 9 suited, no less. Thank you, Flop, for a King 6-6.
My favorite hand would fare well here.
You would, in fact, yeah, you would be all over this, wouldn't you?
It was when I started flopping 2 pair with King 6 and still losing giant pots that it stopped being my favorite hand.
Right. And that's about the best you can hope for with a hand like King 6, isn't it? So that's really about as good as it gets to never play as bad as it gets.
You're like King 6. Showdown.
Well, right now, the Jack 9 on top of the 6s and King. It's going to be hard for the side to feel particularly strong. 500,000, half the top bet by Neil Farrell.
A bet and a call?
Yeah.
Huh.
How did they get to this trouble? Well, would you Adam and Eve it? The best hand just got besterer.
Jack 8.
I got there on the end, I'm afraid, mate.
Quite the float, or maybe just
You see my cards?
value call on the turn, yeah. The old no pair, no draw, turn call, check behind.
Now we have Stefan Dosotto at 16,700,800, and Neil Farrell at nearly 14 mil. And a mere 10 seconds on the clock before we click over into the next level. We're going to be up at 125,000, 250,000. Ante remains at 25k. Traditionally, the last hand of any level is a real, it's a whopper.
What do we get? Ace eight of hearts.
There's your whopper. Have it your way. Which apparently is an open fold.
No, I don't know.
250. 25, 125, 250.
Blinds are up, ladies and germs.
Yesterday you made the same with X9. X9 against Ace-Queen.
That's right, yeah.
You heard Neil Farrell, 125, 250, 25k ante.
So we still do it.
I'm button, am I? Sorry.
Yo Henry on Twitch says this will never end. End. And boy, have I have a treat for you all. It's Uncle Mommy, everybody. My work wife back in the booth.
So with the blinds going up, average stack, or rather the actual stacks in play are 65 big blinds for Desetto and 56 for Neil Farrell. Still pretty close. The Frenchman with the slight advantage over Farrell.
And those blinds have just gotten shallower, obviously, because, we just had an increase.
So 8-4 of clubs, a limp from Desetto. Neil checking his option. And he's also got clubs, 10-7 of clubs.
This has happened a few times.
There's his 10.
Hey, James, this guy on Twitch, Neri Cool, he wants a shout out. He wants to be like, yo, what's up, Neri Cool? Should I do it? Done. Okay. Sorry, dude. Neil's going to bet with the best hand.
No, he's calling
with the best hand. Sorry, thank you.
7 on the turn gives Neil 2 pair. Also means Desetto is double gutted. And that's why he's still firing at this.
And if he hits the 6 or the 9, they're pretty disguised.
Wow, he bets $1 million. That's pretty much full pot.
I mean, he may figure that Desetto's going to have a lot of draws in this, where maybe it's not disguised at all. Maybe he knows that that all he needs is an 8 to have a lot of, to be able to get paid here by a lot of different draws. Diamonds obviously are out there.
Neil calls.
Does not get there.
On the river. I think that might be a slightly concerning card for Neil. Obviously very happy if Desetto's got a jack, but not happy anymore.
Oh yeah, the counterfeit, huh? Hate the counterfeit.
I'd river. You have a jack, it wins. No. 3 pair, no good in this game.
So Neil takes the chip lead there after winning that pot. By virtue of Desetto's huge bet on the turn, I mean, it's close. 63 big blinds plays 58 bigs, but crucially, Neil currently has the advantage.
Los artistas pues se han mantenido verdes, algunos tienen una o dos hojas verdes, pero los cangures se secaron.
Just double checking, Joe. There's been no deal talk, right? I mean, they're playing this out.
We have not heard any deal talk. They certainly haven't made a deal. Maybe on a break when they went to heads up, they're like, "Want to do a deal?" Nope. Okay. But yeah, I mean, it's not been discussed at all, which makes perfect sense.
So a reminder that even though they both locked up six-figure scores in a 1K tournament, there's a big difference between second and first. 128K for the runner-up, 218K for the winner. As Farrell raises the button with Jack 5 and DeSeto finds queens in the big blind. And no real surprise that we get a 3-bet from the Frenchman. A re-raise to 1,125,000. So Neil's got position, obviously, but Jack 5? Really?
Look, he's going to think he's going to have a post-flop edge against DeSeto. It's going to be tough on, well, you know, Farrell probably wasn't expecting to flop super huge at Jack 5.
Well, let's see if you can wrap something. No, he checks behind.
I mean, DeSeto 3-bet and then doesn't bet when an ace peels off. This hand may seem pretty face up to Neil.
And DeSeto has now checked twice.
Yeah. Is Neil really gonna just? Wow, I don't know what shot Neil's got at this point, but because I think now if you're DeSeto and you have queens, yeah.
DeSeto makes the delayed continuation bet on the river.
Neil must have thought that DeSeto was going to be slow playing an ace there often enough that there wasn't a point in trying to take it away.
An observation from Costas on Twitter. Very slow game from both. Still both reasonably deep. DeSeto have retaken the chip lead with a stack of 16 million. Of course, it started this final table as the biggest stack. 8-7. That's a call. Ace 9 for Neil Farrell. And he is raising. Total of 950,000.
Wow, just gets a fold, huh?
Let's say hello to Douglas Fairley, who's just joined us, because F1 is over, no spoilers. Hold cards look great. Good morning from Calgary, and go Neil Farrell.
The hold cards are the same as they would have always been. Hey, is this it? Is it happening? The free roll password?
Yes, we're going to placate a lot of people now, make them very, very happy. Because the password for tonight's free roll, starting at 9:15 Central European Time, is now on the screen. Japanese? As in the Japanese garden here in Monaco?
No, I thought Japanese was a really delicious soy mayonnaise that they put on the sandwiches here.
Not mayonnaise, Japanese. Japonais. All lowercase. Get yourself registered for that game starting at 9:15 this evening. Japonais. Confirm. Registered.
Couple of big hands we missed while we were giving you some free money in the free roll. Neil Farrell raised ace 10. DeSeto just called with king jack. Both flop a pair. DeSeto's checked to the razor. Neil's betting second pair. Very strong heads up. Almost certainly going to be called by DeSeto.
Reminder that Neil was the pre-flop aggressor. And having continued flop, he gets check raised to 1.5 million calls. And Deseto improves to 2 pair on the turn.
Not a great board for 2 pair. And still 1 card to come. Heads up, obviously, it's still pretty good. But you can't be super confident. And I do like a check and just check call here. Hope your opponent bets with worse, bluffs you.
I'm not sure Neil is going to bet, having been check raised on the flop. Checks behind. And full house for Deseto on the river.
And I think that Neil's not going to put another chip in here.
Question is if Deseto makes a value bet, whether he pays it off with a 10.
I don't think he'll pay. If he makes another... I mean, Neil even got away from a very tiny value bet before with a similar hand. Like, what are the worst hands that Deseto is going to be check raising the flop with? Draws, right? Yeah, just an insta-mug from Neil Farrell.
He's a little bit better hand than me every hand.
Yeah, and that's something that Tuan's tweeting about. He says, we can do nothing than respect Neil Farrell with all the hands Deseto's been getting, and yet Neil's still in it. Respect. The gap is now opening up between them. Deseto playing 71 big blinds, Neil playing 50 bigs.
Fishing for Greatness on Twitch says, this guy running pure. You nailed it.
Fuzzy Dunlop.
Do you remember the last final table, the TV version I did, where Neil Farrell was winning and running good, and I said, no Scotsman has ever run this good since Scott Dunlop in the '84 Olympics?
I vaguely remember that.
And I was like, nah, I just made that guy up. Almost a little glitch in the matrix here. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't Dunlop. Dunlop was the car. He's running better than a 54 Dunlop.
Jack 6 against 9-10. Both flop a pair. Check, check on the flop. King on the turn. Once again it goes check, check. 2 pair now for Deseto.
Man, Deseto should be called Geppetto because he is puppeteering this thing. He is pulling all the strings.
Neil pays it off. Once again, second best hand. Deseto widens the gap. 73 bigs, plays 47 bigs. Just seeing what kind of prizes we had available. Joe, Chop Pot t-shirt. Everyone loves a Chop Pot t-shirt. About 2 minutes ago, I referenced a very popular mid-2000s TV show. First person to tell me which TV show I referenced, hashtag EPCLive gets a t-shirt.
So this is Twitter only.
Twitter only. Now, first to act, pocket threes. Deseto calls the race with 9-10 and flops top pair.
Check, check.
checks quite violently, doesn't he?
Well, remember what I said yesterday, that when it comes to really beginner tells, right? Not saying he's a beginner, but like your first book of poker tells says when someone's smashing, being very aggressive with their body language, they're usually very weak. So this is the opposite of that.
By the way, to be clear, it's one guess per viewer. And so far we've had several incorrect guesses. James thought it might have been The West Wing.
I thought the
Stuart says The Simpsons.
know.
Good try, no?
Jordan Irving says Pinocchio, which I don't think was a mid-2000 TV show. Rob King says, I have no idea because I zoned out. Total guess, Firefly. Or is that too soon? Firefly, I think, was like 2002. Anyway, it's not right, Rob. But Cindy Broughton, any relation? She got it. The Wire. Fuzzy Dunlop was the tennis ball that Herc and Carver put a bug in, but it was an illegal wiretap. So all the evidence that they got from that wiretap, they had to attribute to a CI. So they created a false confidential informant by the name of Fuzzy Dunlop.
So it was a fake character from did you say 90s TV show?
No, mid-2000s.
Okay.
Anyway, congratulations to Cindy Broughton, who wins, and everyone loves a Chop Pot t-shirt.
I did not remember that character, but I knew it had to be whoever Fuzzy Dunlop was. You saw me Google that real quick, James.
Free roll password is on the screen for those of you asking for the essential information that will get you into tonight's game. Quick reminder on how you find the free roll, by the way. Just head to the tournament lobby on PokerStars. That's clicking on the tab at the top that says tournaments. We recommend that you have filters switched off and then just search EPT or EPT Live, all one word, and it'll pop up along with this week's $1 bounty bonanza. So register for the free roll using the password and buy yourself into the $1 bounty bonanza while you're there.
So Neil Farrell has won 1, 2, 3 pots in a row. 3 small ones.
Advantage still with Stefan Desetto, playing 18.5 million to Neil Farrell's 11.8 million. Line still 125.250, and they'll stay at this level for another 42 minutes. $10-8 against Jack 10. Raise from Farrell, call from Desetto, and Ace 7-5 flop.
Easy, man. Too easy. I don't like when you win like that. It's really cool.
I think it's only fair I get to win one. You have the best hand every other time.
Had the best hand this time as well.
Yeah, Neil's won very few showdowns. He has stolen a few. His only hope is that Desetto has had a better hand, but one that has been weak enough to get away from.
So 5 the hand for Desetto.
It's okay.
That's like a call, though.
Touch the button.
It was a fold.
How come this famous game, you know, when you play with this?
Air hockey. Yeah.
You can play 2 games in one, you know?
Yeah.
Hair hockey from the guy who's got hockey hair.
Thanks to Kai, who is setting a great example, playing some KO poker while watching and listening to Hartigan and Stapes. Hashtag play on PokerStars. And I believe that our colleague Matt Broughton is doing the same thing while on his hiatus from the commentary box.
Is that a sit and go?
Sit and KO.
They have sit and knockout tournaments.
They're basically KO poker sit and go formats, but the brand is sit and KO.
Sit and knockout. That seems wordy.
That confirms that it's a 36-player tournament. Hyper-turbo structure.
550.
Let us know how you get on, Matt. Wonder how many players you can KO. Foot of Carlino in your face. So 6 on the turn sees Farrell take the lead here against Desetto. Neil still with the rest of it.
For once, in the heads up, I mean, let's not forget he ran pretty good before we got here. But it's like Zuli says, I'm really impressed with Farrell right now. The mark of a good poker player is how they maneuver through second best hands. I would say the other mark of a good poker player is several commas in their bank account.
Don't believe him.
Doesn't believe him. Didn't believe him.
Good call.
Disbelief confirmed.
And that was a decent-sized pot as well, and it steadies the ship and means they're almost level again. 63 bigs for Desetto, 58 big blinds for Neil Farrell. And yes, a fun fact, hashtag fun fact, about Neil Farrell is that he was the most recent guest on our podcast, EPT Not Live. Download episode 44, listen to it at soundcloud.com/EPT Not Live. Neil talks about his win in Malta and gets some run good ahead of the grand final here in Monaco, where he's now heads up for the FPS main event title.
Yeah, he does. And he already said to me before we started today, he said, the worst thing about winning this is that you can't even go celebrate. I got to go play the main event.
I can hear the violins warming up now. And I'm guessing that's why Neil doesn't have too many of the brick crowd on the rail.
Yeah, Ludo was there at the beginning of the day, but I don't think I spotted anyone else.
But the problem is, at this point in the festival, even if he's not playing the main on day 1B, there's so many other events going on. Oh, this is looking good for Neil Farrell. Problem is, Desetto doesn't have any piece of it.
James, you got access to the knockout deposit bonus? Jay Lawrence 101 on Twitch is looking to find out. We're gonna scare that up for you, as I like to say. Burn Dog wants to know, what does FPS stand for? It's the France Poker Series.
The deposit code, by the way, for KO Poker is KO Poker 2016. So all uppercase, all one word, KO Poker 2016. You need to deposit $15 or more using that code, and you'll get 5 free knockout poker tickets. By the way, that offer is valid until the 12th of May, so just under 2 weeks.
Use it or lose it.
So Neil got a value bet paid off on the turn, $500,000. But I don't think he's going to get paid on the river here.
King Eye called the turn, even? Huh.
Bet of $2 million on the river, get to fold. And another member of the Farrell family has popped up on Twitter. Ian says, come on, Feraldo, you glorious ginger machine. as he takes the chip lead once again. A marginal chip lead. Update on Matt Broughton's progress in that sit and KO. First of 26 players with 3 KOs so far, 3 head prizes.
With 3 knockouts, are you free rolling now or no? You don't know?
Oh, you should be. Once you've had 2 knockouts, you're
at least half the buy-in twice, right? Yeah. I actually do pretty well in knockout formats. It's probably where I've had the most success, but I've made several final tables, but it's always with the least amount of bounty on my head.
By the way, we did run our KO poker competition here on EPT Live a little bit earlier on, and we'll reveal the winners very soon. Rob King is preparing to play the Sunday grind, hoping some of the usual heroes are too tired to play after playing in the EPT Grand Final.
Jack 3 opposite. Jack 3 suited, I would come.
James, we got a good one from Kazette on Twitch. He says, what do vampires play poker for? High stakes.
I'm not going to lie, that one did tickle me.
Huh.
There's a member of the EPT crew very hard at work. 4-time Aussie Cameraman of the Year, Bruce Baggles.
Do you know how he won his first Aussie Cameraman of the Year, by the way? He was a child messing around with a camcorder.
Yeah.
And when his mother was eaten by a pack of wild dingoes, and he got the whole thing on film, and they asked him about it after the fact, they said, wasn't it a horrible experience? And his only reply was, I just wish the lighting was better. First time he won Aussie Cameraman of the Year. After that, his path was set.
Okay, should we very quickly run through these winners, by the way, in the KO Poker Bad Beat Contest? So all these players suffered bad beats. So our first winner is Anzi Simic, who is a 70-30 favourite when the money went in with Ace-Jack against Jack-5. Obviously, Ace-Jack did not hold. Congratulations to Pro Hunter, also a 70-30 favourite with Queens against King-Queen. Moonlight Master was a 70-30 favourite with Ace-3 against Trey Deuce. And the fourth and final runner-up, Michael Molinar, who is a 75-25 favourite, Ace-King against King-Queen. So all those 4 players get $50 sit and KO tickets, but the winner of the $109 MTT KO poker ticket is Queen B902, who had trips versus an open-ended straight draw on the turn, an 80-20 favourite, straight on the river, a bad beat bust out for Queen B902. Compensation is you get a $109 KO poker ticket. So congrats to Andy Simic, Pro Hunter, Moonlight Master, and Michael Molinar. You will get $50 tickets, and Queen B902, you get a $109 ticket.
555.
Good job, everybody.
So we've only seen one of Neil's cards here. We know that Desetto has 8-7 and therefore has second pair.
We're getting a fax from Matt Broughton.
Fifth of 8, 4 bounties.
Nice one, Bruton. Get her, Ray. I wonder what Neil Farrell's got here that he's thinking about making a call the raise. Hopefully he didn't have a 7-beat. Minutes left on the level.
Now there's a reason, by the way, why we had that brief cutaway of Bruce Baggles.
Why is that?
Because Bruce has been hard at work in the field, catching up on what's been going on day 1B of the EPT Grand Final main event.
You know, he doesn't call it the field, he calls it the Outback.
So we have a field of more than 1,000 players this year, nearly 700 of them playing here on day 1B. And so Bruce decided to take a slow walk through the room, focusing on the small celebration of Fatima de Melo, the greeting of Andrea Kari, Luca Pagano,
Big Bucks Bronco,
Chance Cornuth sharing a table with Olivia Barry.
That's not his real name.
Johnny Ludden, final table this event last year.
Really hopes to learn to read this year.
And the man who won the EPT 10 Grand Final, Antonio Bonanno.
Bonanno.
That was stylish. That was sexy. That was cool. Back to the FPS main event final table. Despite being dominated pre-flop, Deseto flopped best and is still ahead with a pair of threes. But Neil Farrell is the one doing the betting, 750,000.
Are we going to see another classic Deseto call on the turn, fold river? We know it would be a mistake to give Deseto a free showdown. Does Neil know it? I think it's pretty tough for Deseto to be super strong on this board. Looks like Neil thinks the same thing.
$2.5 million.
I mean, we've seen Deseto do this, quote unquote, because he hasn't done it yet here, a bunch of times where he's called the turn, folded the river, and it looks like this time he may not do that. I don't think you can keep doing that all the live long day.
Yeah.
Float, turn, call, fold river. I don't think he's necessarily floating the turn with a pair of threes, but he makes the call this time. And he is right.
And he's happy. He's thrilled.
I mean, that's the kind of call to get pretty excited about when you're a fairly amateur player.
Absolutely, especially as not only have you made a really good call and won a big pot, but you've also opened up a 2-to-1 chip advantage over your opponent.
There are not important chips.
Deseto makes the call and sees that it was a good call. Winning hand! Boom! And the crowd goes wild.
Hey, Matt, what's your name on PokerStars? Because Kai says she's first of 6 remaining. Are you in the same as her?
He's Waster.
Are you in the same one as her, though, maybe? No? That would be cool. Son Einer Hupe on Twitch asks, Joe Stapleton, what's the number for the Bad Beat Boom replay thingy? I have no idea what you're asking me. Oh, what's the hashtag?
The hashtag is EPT win, but crucially we're not running the competition right now.
It's over, Johnny. It's over.
That's not to say we won't run it again later in the week, so in the words of Fat Sam, come back tomorrow.
Is that another Wire reference?
No, Bugsy Malone.
What was the Fat Joe? Was that something from The Wire? Who is like
Proposition Joe?
Prop Joe. That was close.
Farrell stood ahead with King Jack high, plus he's up and down.
And started off Domination Nation. Farrell still way out in front. The settle folds a flop. Up and down draw. Certainly good enough for Farrell to continue. Empyrean MW on Twitch asked, "Do you stream the main event tomorrow?" Yes, in fact, we do.
12:30 Central European Time, we kick off our coverage. Cards up coverage of day 2 of the Grand Final main event.
Yes, sir.
We have the final match summary from Matt Broughton's sit and KO game. Came fourth of 36 players, $2.20 in bounties, $2.37 from the prize pool for a $1 investment. Hashtag play on PokerStars.
That third one was James's bank account every time he says play on PokerStars.
No action for Neil Farrell with ace king there.
And 76 of this final table.
First time that I get it. You will see. And once I got like the perfect spot with me.
So just checking the live updates on the main event, the EPT main event from PokerStars blog. Players so far today, 731.
Oh, hell yeah.
Combined with the 286 from yesterday, that is a field of more than 1,000. And when we were talking about, lowering the buy-in to 5K, having those spin and go qualifiers, will that boost the field? Will we get like closer to maybe 700 or 800 than 600? And we thought, yeah, 7 to 8 is probably a reasonable projection. Based on yesterday, we thought maybe we'll hit 900. No one thought this year's Grand Final would get more than 1,000 runners.
Even better, no one predicted, because the predictions that would have been wrong lately, and that's a bad thing. So you always want to just keep the expectations low.
But I think it's great. I mean, this is fantastic. We've got another 1,000 plus field in an EPT main event.
That's pretty cool. I'm pretty confident there's going to be a season 13. Thank God. Thank God numbers were up here.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have been asking about what's going on with the next season of the European Poker Tour. What's happening with future events, especially in the tail end of 2016. I can tell you there will be an announcement tomorrow, day 2 of the main event. After the first tournament break of the day, we can expect to hear from Director of Live Events, Edgar Stuckley.
That's Stuckley. It doesn't work the same way as when you say Johnson. It doesn't work at all.
But you know what? I'm going to give you a little more for effort.
A little gold star, a little bronze star, participation award,
definitely. So raise from Neil was 7-5, 3-bet from Desetto with Queen 10 suited. Neil lets it go. They've now played 78 hands at the final table.
Liniment on Twitch is confused. It says, oh, 1,100 buy-in? How much was it before? Liniment, the event you're watching right now had an 1,100 euro buy-in. Before the EPT main event had a 10,000 euro buy-in. This year, the main event has a 5,000 euro buy-in. Different tournaments, my friends. Seto limping his button again. And we've seen him limp his button with 8-7 suited and then fold to a raise. And I don't mind limping your button. Yeah, if your intent is to call a raise because you're playing the hand in position. But limp folding your button, I feel like is not, in general, a very good strategy for heads up.
How much you have now?
Like 7.5 million behind or so.
Neil Farrell has made this pretty expensive. Nearly 4x'd the big blind.
I know that King 6 used to be your favourite hand, Joe, but isn't King Queen suited?
To know, like, if you've got any draws or anything, you know what I mean? Like, you can flop a big draw with it. It's easy to get away from. When it comes 4, 5, 6 of diamonds, just go, okay, you know, whatever.
Yeah, but then you got 2 overs and you think, oh, I'll peel.
Sure, and you can peel sometimes for you know, to balance things out. And look, if you're a good player, you can float, take it away. You can float and then maybe just hit a good top pair. Lots of ways to win with it. So yeah, Desetto doing it again.
OJ sends in what he claims to be a genuine question. Is Neil Farrell the greatest Scottish player in modern day poker?
There's some decent Scottish players out there. David Van Plu, Ludovic Geilich, Ben Bard, Claw, Riley, Billy Connolly.
So this hand was raised by Farrell. Desetto called with the 8-7. Neil has flopped a pair and a straight draw. And he continues, and I can't really see Desetto carrying on in this hand. Although he hasn't folded yet, now he's reaching the chips.
So he folds 8-7 offsuit pre-flop to a raise after limping, but he calls on the flop. No, he's not calling.
No, he's raising.
All right, well.
Raising to 1.3 million.
So a little more than 2.5x. Why so serious? Good instincts here from Neil Farrell. Neil's got what's going to be the best hand sometimes. He's got a pretty good draw. You know, he's got that gut shot draw. And it's pretty tough for Desetto to have a raising hand there.
Neil's still ahead with a pair of deuces. Desetto down to 14% equity.
Desetto, we've seen him time and again set up a move and not really follow through with the move. You know, he's floated and then check folded. He's just raised. He's really supposed to follow it up with a bet there.
Neil checks behind 7 on the river.
So Dosetto gets there. It is always coming 7. And he's going to value lead.
Wow.
And again, I'm not really sure what the purpose of this bet is.
1.5 million from Dosetto.
I mean, unless you're just absolutely certain your opponent's got a deuce or a tray, and they might pay you off with it. I mean, I guess maybe he's trying to block, a little blocker bet. So if he puts this out, Neil can't pot it here, you know, put like a 3/4 pot bet out there and put him to a tough decision. He's put Neil to a weird decision. And Neil is again in a spot where he's going to have to fold the second best hand. I mean, his instincts were correct in that Dosetto had absolutely nothing on the flop.
I know. That's why I value on the river. I know. Because I know the 7 is good.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe not the time for the 7th thing.
I know 7 is good.
I have all the aces as well.
No, you don't.
Okay.
You don't.
Okay.
I think Neil's analysis is similar to mine on that hand. And Dosetto, I think he played that hand really well, and he happened to be right in that case.
Well, look at the gap now. 24 million playing 7 million. 95 big blinds playing 26 big blinds. Neil Farrell heading towards the ropes right now. By the way, Ian has confirmed that Neil Farrell is one of the greatest poker players in Scotland, but is 100% the champion of eating sandwiches.
Sandwiches. Man, the Twitch chat is going nuts right now.
Again, Neil Farrell gets a walk with a monster. A few hands ago it was ace-king, this time it's queens. It's just not going his way. By the way, Tassos was a little bit peeved that his bad beat bust out didn't win a prize. Tassos, you posted too late, buddy. You had an hour, a 60-minute window.
How bad was the bad beat?
Apparently it was really, really bad.
Bad on Twitch. Feraldo getting a little frustrated, I think. I think so too. For Neil to say something.
Yeah.
For Neil to call him out on it. This has been an incredibly frustrating heads-up battle for him. He's made a bunch of good folds, all correctly. A couple of bad calls. And the only hands he's really been able to win are ones where he's managed to quote-unquote bluff Dosetto. And just when you're just never winning at Showdown, how frustrating is that? Like, no matter how good a fold you're making, when you're not winning at Showdown, it's just crushes your soul. Zach Poker on Twitch criticizing the river call for Feraldo. I could not disagree more. The line made no sense.
Well, there's a break coming up in 11 minutes' time. I do find it fascinating, by the way, that people who are glued to their screens are tweeting about how boring this is or how bad these players are, that they act too slow. No one's forcing you to watch. I know I shouldn't be discouraging viewers, but seriously, if you just want to complain about everything, turn off the stream.
Wait, no, I can't stop doing the thing that's allowing me to complain. I also think that MJH watched yesterday all day where there was a really quick heads up, like an extraordinarily very, very rare heads up match that was over pretty quickly. This is heads up poker. These players aren't acting particularly slowly. They're making hands. They're not folding the button back and forth to each other. I mean, this is maybe the level of play that we're seeing isn't the same that we've seen if it's two heroes against each other, but this is standard heads up.
It's also worth pointing out that it's going to take a while because they were relatively deep. Obviously, we're now playing 25 bigs effective, but beforehand it was back and forth, and they were both pretty even in chips. So Neil gets some back there. Back up over 30 bigs. And a 3-1 chip advantage right now for Stefan Deseto. Let's just talk a little bit about Neil Farrell's opponent here. A live satellite winner who's a regular in the Parisian poker circuit. Mainly plays live, mainly plays tournaments. He's already won a high roller event on the France Poker Series for 65,000. That was back in November of 2013. And that's his best result to date. Well, he's going to eclipse that regardless of whether he finishes second or first. Right now he's the favourite to win. And take the first prize of €218,000.
I'm the mutt says I can't stand that dude's face. He looks like he's eating unbearably sour candy. He does make a little pouty face from time to time.
Sorry, which one's he referring to?
I think he's talking about Deseto. He gets particularly sour candy-ish when he's got a hand.
Neil raising the button.
Anthrax on Twitch, you still can't find the tournament, not even with Control T or searching EBT Live. First of all, I hope you're in a country where the free roll actually exists. Because it doesn't, like Portugal or the United States of America or France. Secondly, try turning your filters off and then on and then off again. Make sure they're off, but turn them on and off again, because sometimes that jiggles something loose.
Once again, Neil gets outflopped. Tower 7's good right now. Still good on the turn. He's got the open-ended straight draw to go with his pair. Deseto loving life. Bets. And Neil lets his hand go. So big difference in prize money. No deal discussed. No deal agreed. 128k for the runner-up. An additional 90,000 euros to the winner. 218k. It's just 6 minutes to go now on this level. 6 minutes until the second official break of the day. Obviously, we did have a short, unscheduled break when we went heads up.
Hey, look at the sour candy face. You don't see it?
Ah, I see it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm proud you got it.
He says, heads up poker isn't about being all in every hand. It's nice seeing a good battle. And it's a battle that I have to say Neil Farrell's done really well to stay alive in, because I probably would have gone broke in his spot many, many hands ago.
Like, I don't think I would have gone broke in any particular ones of those situations, but by now, yes.
Yes, that's what I mean.
would have paid up more.
And I just would have got tilted and more tilted with every one. Raising with 8-3 gets called by 9-5. And Farrell pairs his 3, Desetto pairs his 5. Action goes check, check. 10 of clubs on the turn. Bet of 500,000, quickly called by Desetto. Ace on the river. Check the showdown.
Neil takes the showdown value, which is good. I was afraid that he had gotten Desetto to fold so many rivers that he might try something there, but I feel like Desetto feels a little invincible right now. I'm not sure how many more folds he's going to get out of him.
So back to a situation where Desetto has 95 big blinds and Neil Farrell's down to around 25 bigs. And of course the blinds are going up in a few hands' time. When this level ends in 3 minutes and 20 seconds, we'll go on break, and when we come back, the blinds go to 150,000, 300,000, with the ante doubling from 25k to 50k.
Look at him admiring his chip stack.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
More sour candy, please.
King 4. That seems big.
Value raising.
Neil staring out an empty poker room, the Salle des Etoiles. Deserted right now as the main event is on break.
Deserted. Do you think they're having tiramisu or...
last night, tiramisu with Grand Marnier.
Matt, you never weighed in on the tiramisu last night. You were like, I need to have a second bite. I don't remember what your eventual answer was. 2 thumbs up? Oh. The 2 out of 5. Oh. James is just such a tiramisu fan that his standard is 4 out of 5.
Tiramisu automatically gets at least 3.5. And this one was probably a 3.75 due to the presence of the Grand Marnier.
The EPT Grand Marnier.
The PokerStars of Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Marnier. So what have we got coming up in the break, Joe?
Coming up in the break, more classic EPT Grand Final moments. Alex Stevich, Liz Liu, and Sweat with Barney Boatman star.
You know, it's an old school EPT moment if Barney Boatman was playing the EPT Grand Final. He's quite outspoken on the subject of...
Yeah, he brags about how he can't stand it here.
Yeah. I think we're going to squeeze in one more hand before the break.
I'll make my chances if we got it in this now. Maybe wait up a while.
Who's Niall talking to? Oh, the dealer. He's talking to Sean, the dealer. Jingle Bells on Twitch says what people aren't remembering are the reverse implied fold equity value lead bluffs that Farrell was making day 2.
It's a raise from Neil with King 10, Jack 4 for Desetto, and he defends. We are going to be going on break after this hand.
Don't forget, Desetto started off as Neil's nemesis today when he flopped that set of 3s.
Yeah.
Turned him into a boat. Neil paid him off. Trip jacks.
So both players have missed the flop. No, Farrell's paired is 10. I'm just so used to Neil not hitting. I'm just so used to him having the worst hand after the flop. On this occasion, he actually makes something, value bets, and is met with a fold.
You said it, buddy.
Yeah, that's the end of the level. Players going on a 20-minute break, and we will be doing the same. When we come back, the blind will be 150, 300, and Neil will be slowly encroaching into the danger zone.
Danger zone!
With 24 bigs right now, Desetto leads with 77 bigs. It's 23 million, plays 7.5 million. So the heads-up battle continues as we play down to a champion in the France Poker Series Monaco main event here at the PokerStars at Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final. The heads-up battle continues in 20 minutes' time right here on EPT Live.
PokerStars Knockout Poker is a new kind of poker tournament where every single hand is a new chance to win, because every time you knock out an opponent, you win a share of the prize money. Try PokerStars Knockout Poker with £10 free play, no deposit needed.
All 3 of these players fit the bill of champion to me. Hollink raises. Next to 25 with pocket kings. See what
It's a huge hand.
See what Stevich has up his sleeve.
Wow.
Ace queen. Oh, strong hands.
This is going to be a big confrontation for sure.
No one's going to back down. Stevich won't back down an ace queen. Hollink has got pocket kings, and he calls all in. Stevich calls with a nod of the head. Hollink shows his kings, and Stevich's head is on the block again, but the axe is yet to fall. Let's see if it's going to be any different this time, John. Hold your breath again. 3 players left. We could lose Stevich. Oh my goodness. Quad kings. It's game over for Alexander Stevich. You have to smile at that.
Rob was worried about possibly seeing an ace on the flop, and he sees 2 kings. What more do you want?
Well, just a wonderful player, Alexander Stevich. He's done so well throughout this tournament. It will be sad to see him go, but he'll take a lot of money with him.
In the end, when he raised me from small blind, a little raise, I had ace queen and not so much chips left. I was lucky when he raised, and I re-raised him. When he moved all in, it felt good, because I thought I want to take a shot now, because I have so much less than them, and I want to double up. And it feels very good. Anyway, I'm not even sad now, because I had so little chips yesterday, the whole day. I was short stacked the whole day. This tournament I've been short stacked the whole day, and I think I played very well, and I was lucky to one very important pot today. So I was free rolling the whole final table. I'm very happy.
Well, hold up. I need to get some euros.
Euros? Come on, man. You should have got one of these. Then we don't have to deal with the exchange rates. Huh. The only problem is, once you break it, it feels like you spent the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the only problem.
Okay, King 10 folded by Theo.
And there's an ace-king, very good fold. Pedersen's chance to come back here, get some of those chips that he lost to Kuzman.
You see, interesting here, King Jack. I wouldn't even call with King Jack here because it's just it's a very, very tricky hand. But then again, it's an unraised coup. So
3 players at the moment. Well, there you go. The players add up.
Oh, hello.
Peterson calls Lou. Lou's at least calling.
Oh, she could get into trouble here. She could lose a few chips. Yeah.
Wow. Well, Peterson, Shavold, and Gooderstad probably aren't going to live with this raise, but Pedersen will.
I mean, he'll come back over calling it for sure, as I thought.
Well, if he moves all in, which he is doing now, Lou could be in serious trouble. She's dominated here. She's looking for diamonds.
I don't think she'll call. He's limped in under the gun. She's going to put him on a huge hand. In the early stages of a tournament of this size, she's going to put him on aces or kings or at minimum ace-king, and she'll... Wow, I don't believe that. That's incredible.
Well, she's called it. Pedersen has her covered.
Wow. That actually took me by surprise. I would have thought she'd have laid that down. Oh my God, she's hit a flush draw too.
Any diamond, and Lou stays in this tournament. She was dominated. Now she's dominating.
Oh my dear.
She's hit her flush. Pedersen's got a chip and a chair left. No cards to save him. Wow, what a hand. They say diamonds are a girl's best friend. They were in that case. Liz Lou should have been Pedersen in a big hand. It was, but it didn't stand up. That's poker for you.
So we see the percentages do the big switcheroo. Schultz, now an 89% favourite.
Kevin shan't be slowing down now. He is going to hope that whatever Diego called flop with, he's also going to call the turn with.
More than half the pot, 775,000.
Now I don't think Diego should necessarily be calling. Bottom pair is not so hard to make at this point. Unfortunately, this probably looks like a good card to bluff at.
Diego does call. We now have a 3 million chip pot, and we're heading to the river. It's a 6 pairing the board. No help for Ventura. He's checked.
Probably, hopefully, surrendering.
Kevin Schultz deciding now whether to value bet this king.
I was going to check the river until the 6 came, but the 6 was a good card for me because I had a bad kicker and my kicker didn't. Coming to play much.
I think he's already decided to bet. I think he's trying to figure out what strength hand Ventura has so he can see how much to make it.
That is 900,000, roughly a third of the pot.
I bet 900,000. I'm thinking he has a queen. I made a smaller bet, thinking he might call me here with a queen with that sizing. If he did have a king somehow, I was going to be, a chop if he called.
I think Ventura is considering making a hero call with just a 4.
He's counting out chips.
Rolling. Oh, wow, he shoved.
Wow is right.
Thought and shoved. And as soon as he shoved, I thought I should not have bet this river because at first I thought a 6 was very much in his range. How much is that?
Diego has just check raised to over 3.1 million.
I like the idea, but the raise actually isn't for very much. Kevin might have to call if he thinks they're chopping or just based on the fact that this could look like exactly what it is. A desperate bluff attempt.
But I just started thinking about it more. I was getting a really good price on the call. I didn't think he was the type of player that was going to A, call 2 streets with a 6, and B, if he had something like queen 6 or something that made a full house on the river, I thought he would have just check raised the turn.
A call here would be totally justified.
Well, we can see that Kevin Schultz has the best hand. And if he calls here, this heads-up battle is over and he has won the 2015 PCA main event.
Kevin's thirsty. I'm parched. I'm not even in the hand. Diego's doing a great job of keeping composed. I have no idea how.
This decision is one of the biggest and most prestigious titles in poker. This decision is worth $500,000.
Kind of just decided I didn't really think he had it, so I clicked the call button, threw it in.
He calls! He's done it! Kevin Schultz takes it down!
Nice call. Well deserved.
The skydiving American Pro is the 2015 PCA champ.
I'm pretty happy about it. Like, it's one of the biggest events of the year, and it's one everyone comes here hoping to win, so it feels good.
He's counted out a call. No raise from Neil Farrell. We're going to the river. It's the Queen of Spades. Bielich has missed completely. He's left with just 8 high. Neil checks again.
Giving Bielich the rope.
Bielich bluff shoves.
I call.
Farrell calls.
You're good?
And he wins EBT Malta.
He is good. He is champion.
Someone get me a beer.
Yo. Yeah. So you got the newspaper there. I got news for you. Great deal on this gold bar right here, okay? Men with money are attractive, right? So I was just wondering, does this do anything for you? I'll just get a small beer. I'll just give you this. And if you bring me back like 19,000 and change, we'll call it even. Taxi! Oh, there's one.
I've only 17,000.
No, man. Sorry, 9,000.
9,000?
$40, 40 euros, 10,000. It's a Mercedes over there. We'll just do a little swapsies. How much for the dog?
We don't go for money.
You don't go for money.
Go for stuff.
Fantastic.
Going on a sweat now with Barney Boatman. That means we only see Barney's hands, and it's King, Queen offsuit. John, would you like me to have a go at calling the action here?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Well, he's raised 500 more than the blind, and he's raised it in an early position. Well, Ashby just calls, so he might have Ace King, Ace Queen, John.
I doubt it. He's probably got a pair of 7s or something.
Kabash doesn't look happy. 2 players then. Ashby could be in, I think, maybe Ace King, Ace Queen. He's just calling that to see the flop. John reckons he could be in a low pocket pair or middleish pocket pair, and it's a good flop for Barney. He should be betting this. He's not got top pair. Just 1,000, is it? Well, it's a re-raise from Ashby. Could we be putting him in Ace Queen now, as I said at the start? Ace King, Ace Queen.
Yeah, no, I think Ace Queen is looking more likely now. Wow.
Well, Barney has went all in at this stage.
That is strong play.
Well, I wonder what Ashby actually has.
Well, now Barney's trying to represent aces or kings. So he's trying to get. He's even trying to get Richard to put down. If he has got Ace Queen, trying to get him to put that down.
Could he be an Ace Queen? Could there be clubs involved there? I wonder if he's going to call this. He might have some extra value as well in that. If he had Ace Queen of clubs, be on a flush draw.
I think he's got a pair of 10s or a pair of jacks. I think he was hoping that Barney had Ace King and was coming out betting with Ace King, and now he's found out. I don't think he's going to call this.
I'm going to put him on Ace Queen of clubs.
I'm going to put him on a pair of 10s or jacks. Nice nails.
It'd be all in, of course, Ashby, if he calls this. Yeah. Boatman's got more chips.
I don't think he's going to call. He doesn't look like somebody who's going to call. I have to say. He's just making it look like he's laying down a big hand.
Well, he's thrown them in.
I was wrong.
Well, we're going to find out exactly what he has. Oh, he's Jack 10 suited. I got the suits right.
You were right.
It's a flush draw. Well, I had him an ace queen suited, so it wasn't that good a call.
Wow.
But he's hit one of his jacks, and that gives him a much better chance at this stage. Any club, any jack, any 10 will do it for him as well. And he's hit his club. Per Barney Boatman indeed.
Oh no, you got a flush draw.
He said he was on a flush draw. He read that very well, just like me. He said he was on a flush draw. Hey, John.
I got it completely wrong.
I wasn't far behind you.
7,825.
Wish I could figure out a way to get rid of this. Wish granted.
Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final, the conclusion of Season 12 of the European Poker Tour. Today is Day 1B of the main event. That's why the Salle des Etoiles is buzzing. If you missed the number earlier on, a field of more than 1,000 in that tournament, with more than 700 players competing today. We're going to kick off our main event coverage tomorrow. Today, we're going to conclude this one, the heads-up battle between Neil Farrell and Stéphane Desetto in the France Poker Series main event. So this is the 1K local tour that precedes the EPT, down to 2 players from the 1,261 who started, and Matt Broughton. Right now, Desetto has the big advantage over Farrell.
Giggity, giggity. Yeah, not how I thought things were going to pan out when we went heads up, but it's been a frustrating level for Neil Farrell. Going to have to turn it round because the blinds are going to be going up and that stack is going to be going south.
So we kicked off level 34. Blinds right now 150,000, 300,000 with a 50,000 ante. So Farrell currently with 23 bigs behind. Big favourite here with a pair of fives. Bets gets a fold from Desetto. So this heads-up battle has been going on a while. Matt, it's been back and forth, back and forth. Right now, Farrell's at a disadvantage, but we can't discount him from getting back into this game. There's certainly no sign that he's at immediate risk. I mean, of course, in any heads-up game, it could be over in one hand. But let's assume that they are still going to go at it for a while. What competitions have you got lined up for this year's Grand Final? What have you got for us? And what prizes could you potentially award?
Well, look, the thing is, I'm kind of, as you might imagine, I've come armed. I don't come to a Grand Final without some awesome competitions. I can promise you in the next few days, Matt Broughton's Poker Nuts or Coconuts. I can promise you Matt Broughton's The Smell of Poker. The only problem I've got here is I don't know. We don't know how long this is going to go, so I don't want to get deep into a really deep, clever competition. So I'm just going to kick you off into the competition zone with a Matt Broughton you couldn't possibly know will never get it. And you're going to be fighting over a PlayStation. A PlayStation? Sorry,
what the hell are you doing, man?
No, you're not. Do you know
you're
what?
blowing the budget for season 13.
I saw the letters PS, and I'm afraid my brain still sees that as PlayStation or PokerStars. Sorry, everybody, there isn't a PlayStation.
Oh my god!
You could win one of 17 PlayStations that I've decided. Sorry, PS is PokerStars in this instance. Sorry, guys. Too many industries. I'm going to give away a PokerStars mug.
So we've come down from a PlayStation to a mug.
Actually, the funny thing is, I'm surprised that hasn't happened sooner. But yes, sorry everyone, not a games console, but a drinks receptacle. And this is going to be on Twitter. Hashtag EPT Live if you want to play along with this. I think there's a chance that people that know us and know me well could actually get this, but my socks are my socks are predominantly 2 colours. What are the 2 colours and why? That's it.
This is a quiz about the socks you're wearing today.
Yes. Don't look like that. I mean, a minute ago we were going to give away a PlayStation. So do you know what I mean? It's like, that is not the most disappointing thing I could have said.
So the viewers have to identify the 2 colours and provide the reason why your socks are those 2 colours.
Correct.
Hashtag EPT Live.
And again, just to make it absolutely clear, you are playing for a PokerStars mug.
I'm going to have a guess. I don't know because I don't spend a lot of time studying your feet.
No.
Okay.
It's a good guess, James, but it's not the right one. It's a good answer. And it shows a deep understanding of my psyche.
Top pair here for Desetto. Nada for Neil Farrell.
What on earth? Blue and black jeans, dress pants? is that a different competition that Joe set before he went? Red and white for the Monaco flag. I like Dan Smith's thinking.
Yeah, but crucially, you've got to get into the mind of Matt Brown here. And bear in mind that if you're a long-time EPT Live viewer, I actually think you're at an advantage here. Because most of Matt's clothing revolves around one single thing.
PlayStations, like the ones we're giving away. Oh, no, sorry again, no PlayStations. A lot of people thinking that I'm flying the corporate flag. A lot of red and black for PokerStars. Black and yellow because of my beekeeping. It's a good guess, Colin, but it's the wrong one. Oh, hang on. I get your entries in quickly.
Desetto shoving on Farrell after he opened there with King 9. And Neil drops down to 22 big blinds.
Oh dear.
So not black and red because of PokerStars.
No, not blue and white to support Leicester in the football.
Not black and yellow because of the bees. Not white and red because of Monaco's flag colours. This is something very specific to your personal interests.
Correct, sir. 2 colours and why. And when I reveal them and someone says, well, there's 3 colours there if you think about it. That's why I said predominantly and majoritively 2 colours, what and why.
Well, hopefully we can get this competition out of the way soon.
Well, thanks a lot. Having fun with it, are you? Unbelievably rude.
Well, I've just been informed.
What?
On the grapevine that we are going to have not one but 2 guests in the booth.
Oh dear.
We're going to be joined by Elkie and Bow 5.
Not Bow 5. So sick. So sick. Blue and red, says John McGuinness. Blue and red makes purple in honour of Prince. No.
Wow. I'm assuming all these people missed out on what t-shirt are you wearing, what underpants do you have, what pyjamas do you have, because the answer is always the same.
No, that's not true. Once I had a competition where I had a onesie that was a stormtrooper. Right. So, you know, I'm kind of consistent within a certain realm. White and red because you are British, sir, says Jeffrey. No. Tadja says, what's the question? I'm going to count that as your 1 entry. Incorrect.
So Neil was dominated before the flop, but it's connected big here. Trip 6s.
How does he ever get paid off, though?
Sometimes Desetto does funky stuff.
Fair enough. Not this time, though. Michael, Michelle, says red and yellow because of Essex colours. I'm not aware that does Essex have a colour? I mean, I've been there for some 45 years now and I've never noticed. I mean, you might be right. I'm going to be hugely embarrassed. Black and white because of Atari? I forget that. Black and yellow because of Star Wars. I mean, that doesn't make sense.
Aren't the colours of Star Wars, isn't it yellow lettering on a black background?
Oh, I see. Oh, okay, yep, sorry, right, fine, I'd accept that. And I like the fact that Carrie also went hashtag EPT Live, hashtag still want a PlayStation.
You'll be alright.
Not only am I surprised that no one's got it, but I'm surprised that the vast majority haven't even been in the ballpark. James's guess was immediately in the right zone.
See, people are just going with things they know about you. They know about the beekeeping. Nothing to do with that. They know you're a Star Wars fan. Nothing to do about that. Although popular culture could be a thing. Nothing to do with guitars. Nothing to do with Essex. Nothing to do with bionic eyes.
Was there a bionic eye?
No, I'm just making it clear.
Glenn Webber, red and blue because of red versus blue, the old Halo thing. No. Blue and black, the colour of poker table. I'm afraid not, Alex.
So Ace Queen raised by Neil Farrell. Jack 8 call from Desetto. And Desetto outflops Neil, although he has got a gut shot. She went check, check. Board pairs on the turn. See that from Neil of 500,000.
Don't think you're going to get rid of Stefan here.
Stefan actually raised it to 1.1 million. Neil calls. And this gets checked to showdown. Desetto wins another one. Anyone nailed this yet?
No. Razu says, has anyone said orange and blue? No. Why do you want to? Somebody's saying, I've missed the question. Okay, Peter, once again remind you, my socks. My socks are predominantly two colours. Which colours and why? There have been some close entries. You want to see the real deal, James?
I want to see whether I think anyone's ever going to get this. Ah!
Yes. In fact the second colour is kind of hidden. But
in fact, I'm pretty sure these socks have actually been the subject of a competition on EPT Live before. I think you were wearing these socks in Copenhagen a few years back.
Now,
and I think you actually asked not what colour, but who was on your socks.
Wow. Very possibly. Aaron says blue and red for Spider-Man. Missed out the hyphen. It's a good answer, but it's the wrong answer.
And when you say it's a good answer, you're kind of trying to give people a little bit of a hint there.
I am. A lot of people think orange and blue in Twitch. Kieran says very, very, very dark blue and very, 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 very dark blue. Don't forget, I need two colours and a reason. And Don has come in with what James's original guess was.
This was my guess, Don.
Yellow and red Iron Man. Again, a great answer, but not the right answer.
Desetto is ahead right now with Jack high. He also has the up and down draw. Still no betting action. Seto bluffs at the river, bluffing with the best hand, a million.
I know you're bluffing, but I can't even raise because you might be bluffing with a 9 minutes call.
You wouldn't have called with Jack high. Okay, some appropriate guesses coming through now.
And I can tell you that actually we've had a correct.
Oh, someone's got it.
Yeah. Just about. You won't be surprised, but you might be shocked to know I do have pictorial evidence. I took it this morning. It's not a great picture. It's about, and the worst thing is my Twitter account is linked to my Facebook page. So, though in the context of Twitter it'll make sense, there's a really weird picture about to land on my Facebook. I have sent it. Oh God, did I hashtag it? Yes, it is about to arrive. You can see that the colours I was after, was green and purple. The reason was because they are my Hulk socks.
And I'm pretty sure that we had to guess which Marvel character was on your socks in Copenhagen, and the answer was Hulk.
You may well be right. I have used my socks previously. I can say that it was Blaine Toms was the first person. Unlucky Moonchild came in who just said Hulk, green. But the competition was very specifically 2 colours and a reason. Had some good ones. Some people were just saying yellow and blue, and that wasn't the answer I was looking for. Green and white because money. So congratulations to Blaine Toms, who Joey's suggesting he also won 4 years ago. He's been waiting 4 years for this competition to get recycled accidentally. So a PlayStation isn't coming to you, but a PokerStars mug.
Interesting, one face who's not been spotted in the field on day 1B of the main event is Daniel Negreanu. And Daniel's actually just tweeted, I'll be entering the grand final after the dinner break, starting at level 7, and will play a total of 2.5 hours on day 1. Well, as promised, we have our next guest commentator with us on EPT Live, another member of Team PokerStars Pro, following in the footsteps of Theo Jorgensen, who was with us a short while ago. We welcome to the booth the man, the machine, the alien that is Elkie.
Hey, what's up, James? How are you doing?
Complete with facial fuzz.
Oh, yeah, it's been great actually. But you know what? I might have to cut it off because Jenny really doesn't like it. Right. And so now I'm told her like, oh, you know what? But I'm gonna win here. It's gonna be the lucky moustache, and then you cannot touch it forever. What if I don't win here? So sick. I was like, I had Phil at my table yesterday, and he has a very nice mustache too, but he got super unlucky and busted on day 1. So I'm like, oh man, what happened? Now it's like lost. This time I'm even more so than usual.
I like the play on words, the lucky moustache. By the way, where is Mal 5? Why is he not in the booth?
Yeah, of course he's here.
Of course he's here.
He was waiting because he was like kind of upset because you keep calling it Mal 5 when it's a mouse actually, but now he's getting kind of used to it too.
Blue one in a suit today. Now, here's
sitting up from Monaco, you have to.
Here's a familiar situation in this heads-up battle. Neil Farrell with a piece of it, but Stefan Deseto with a much bigger piece of it. Top 2, Farrell with a pair of 8s. And this heads-up battle has been brutal for Neil. It's just not going his way. He just can't get anything going.
See what happened on the flop and pre-flop?
Well, it was limped pre. Deseto bet 400,000 on the flop. He's betting again on the turn, 1.3 million, and Neil lets it go.
Yeah, it's just like such a tough spot. Even if he's like semi-bluffing, it's just so sick. Like if he has a 10, he probably has like 14 outs, and then you don't know which cards are gonna be like bad for your hand. It's just like
so the chip difference now is quite significant. 86 bigs for Deseto, just 16 big blinds for Neil Farrell. I believe, Elkie, this is the biggest main event they've ever seen in the France Poker Series. 1,261 runners. I know you've played numerous FPS events, and it must be great to
It's
see.
the biggest one. I think they might have more in Dovid, no? Because they are in Monaco, I think, but maybe. I'm not 100% sure. Super close. I know they had like over 1,000 in Paris, one of them, and then they had over 1,000 in Deauville too, I think, right? But yeah, it's a great event, and there's like less poker tournaments in France, but every time there's like an FPS or an EB or like something like that, they're all doing really great. Cheers, man. So how was the final table?
Well, the final table was very much the proverbial game of two halves. We had the six-handed final table that got down to heads up in pretty much no time at all. And then it was a back and forth heads up battle, relatively deep stacked, quite even in chips. And now, during the course of the last level, in the first 20 minutes of this level, we've just seen Neil Farrell getting grinded down by Stefan Deseto. And obviously, Farrell really on the ropes now, edging into the danger zone. And yet again, he's got a piece of it here with a pair of nines. Deseto's got the biggest piece with top pair. And Neil's set to lose another pot.
Deseto checked 3 times with the king, actually. Now Neil wants to value bet his 9. I hope he gets called by... What was it? I think? Like ace high or like any kind of under pair, but it's going to get snapped by a king, of course. Neil is going to be surprised for sure here. Oh, he raised? What?
Yeah, check raise to $1 million.
What the?
All I would say is this is not uncommon. Deseto has taken some very unconventional lines throughout this heads up.
Yeah, it's an unconventional spot too. I mean, it's really like merging his range because normally you want to check raise hand, it kind of gets called by weaker hand here. Like theoretically, it's gonna be hard to get called by a weaker hand than king 3 in this particular spot.
Obviously, Neil's slightly confused by that raise, and he pays it off.
Oh.
And that's going to see him drop down to 12 bigs.
Can he stop it?
Seems quite a reasonable request considering the way this has gone.
Now, we talk about the big field in the FPS main event. We also have to talk about all those people out there in the Cell des Etoiles, Elkie, the field that we've got in the main event. A field of more than 1,000 in this year's grand final.
Wow, that's insane, actually. More than 1,000? Wow.
Yeah, more than 700
yesterday
people
we were like 300, right?
playing today, and many of them won their seats in a €10 spin and go. We're going to check in with some potential online qualifiers. So all of these people won their seats in €10 spin and goes. This is Eva Juraton from Sweden. She's played in several ladies events on the EPT. This is her first main event. Other potential online qualifiers include a guy from Scotland, Stephen Ray, who is an official UFC fighter. Look him up.
Wow. Ray against Busquets next.
And a strong contender for the tab, for the title of online qualifier, assuming that she makes it to day 2 when our coverage starts, is Isabel Boyle. Also from the UK, she is a grandmother with 9 grandkids. She says her biggest regret in life is that she didn't find poker until recently. She is 72 years old.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, 121 people qualified via €10 spin and goes. And assuming that one of those 121 makes it through to day 2, they will definitely be the online qualifier.
It's pretty likely that one of them makes it out of 120 players, I think. I would bet on that. You wanna take the...
No, you win.
You can get odds if you want. 2 to 1.
Farrell open shoving there with ace queen.
How many blinds do they have now? 17?
About 10.
10? Oh, 10? What? Oh, yeah.
Now 14. Ouch.
I wonder how many times in the history of man somebody has managed to get all the way to Monaco on just €10. It's not going to happen often, let's be honest.
No, it's not. But clearly it was an experiment that worked incredibly well. Elkie, it outperformed all expectations, and when it does come to the start of the next season of the tour, it wouldn't surprise me that in addition to all the other routes you can take to qualify for an EPT, that the spin and go doesn't become a standard staple of the tournament lobby.
Yeah, I agree too. Spin and goes are like increasingly popular. And like, so they're a lot of fun to play, and like everybody likes it. And it's just like, I think they're gonna have a lot more in Barcelona too. But it's gonna be so sick. There's gonna be no room in Barcelona because last year they already had like 1,600, 1,500 in the main event, right?
Yeah.
So they're gonna have like 1,800 in the main event this year. No room. So tomorrow is day 2 is a coverage as well, right? With the card space up. It's the first time this year. It's
really exciting. Yes.
Yeah, it's gonna be really fun.
I mean, obviously, a lot of thought, a lot of conversations were behind it, and I know that all you guys were consulted, all the members of Team Pro, how you guys as players felt about it, and I think it was universally a thumbs up from all of the Team Pros. And obviously, people are going to cynically say, yeah, well, they wear the PokeStars patch. Of course, they're going to say okay to it, but we genuinely wanted your honest opinion, and it seems that most people think this is, to use that classic cliche, good for the game.
Yeah, of course, it's great for the game, and it's I mean, it's the information you get playing at the feature table, especially if it's random and it's rotating. It's not really like that much, you know, and it's so great for the game and for the coverage. And I think it's gonna be really exciting, yeah.
Just to clarify, because Pete's asking about what the Spin and Go prize was. So from these €10 Spin and Goes, it was a €9,000 package. So that's the 5k buy-in plus travel and accommodation expenses. So Neil's still hovering around the 14 big blind mark. Basically, the pattern at the moment is that Desetto folds his button if he doesn't have a hand, and Neil Farrell shoves his button when he does have a hand.
Yeah, when it's 10 blinds effective, it's usually the way actually. Right, it's like, but once like Neil wins a few spots, he's probably gonna start limping on the button, I would expect. Especially if he thinks he has a post flop edge against Desetto, like he does with this hand. Because if you expect Desetto to check his big blind and not to shove on him too much, then like he's gonna pick up the pot a lot of the time on the flop when nobody has nothing. I mean, probably not on this flop, but.
Oh, this is interesting, isn't it? The flush draw for Farrell, second pair for Desetto.
Oh, you have a UK flag on his hat.
I don't know. We thought it was rather strange that a Frenchman would be wearing it.
He's pretending to be British.
Action goes check, check.
3-0 on the turn.
Desetto bets turn.
That's almost a pot too. But how far has to go?
No club on the river.
Yeah, it's a tough spot too because he can't really represent anything because he probably would have shoved if he had an ace in his hand. So Desetto is not going to be worried about him having an ace. And he's tying with any jack. I guess he could have a 9, but when there's like so many combos that break, I'm not sure Desetto is going to fold his jack here.
So Farrell bets 1 million. And Deseto calls. Bang!
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's difficult to represent. 9 is really the only the hand with the 9, the only hand Deseto is afraid of in this board, so it's difficult, and especially when you have that many chips. The board is not that big, it's like, if you think he has it, I mean, if you think he has a jack, it's kind of bluff, but of course, Deseto also could have a lot of missed draws that you could easily bluff up. I'm not sure how he's been playing, if he's been leading with them on the turn or something, but if he plays in unconventional way, sometimes it's very difficult to adapt to those players as well, especially over like a few hands of heads up only.
28 million plays 3 million. So Neil Farrell playing 10 big blinds.
We've always seen secret comebacks, it's okay. I think the biggest one of them all was probably Mike Martin in London, right? From 1 blind to 4-handed. 1 blind 4-handed, and then he won the EPT.
The key thing there is it wasn't heads up.
Yeah. But yeah, 1 blind out of what was the biggest heads up EPT comeback?
I'm trying to think. I don't think this would qualify. I'm pretty sure someone has come back from
worse than 10 to 1.
Yeah. Obviously it happens very rarely, but it has happened. So, Elkie, you played day 1A?
I played yesterday, yeah.
Through to day 2?
29,500 chips.
Okay, so you basically...
But it's not bad, because last time I had like 35, and last time I had jacks against queens, and I only lost 5k, so I feel kind of fortunate. I mean, it's still only 4 here, so there will be a lot of play left, it's okay.
Yeah, near enough 300 players yesterday, more than 700 today. Neil Farrell shoving with ace-3.
1,000, it's insane actually.
Yeah, I mean, we were just saying before you arrived that I think we all knew that halving the buy-in to 5,000 would boost numbers. We knew that with the spin and go qualifiers, that would help boost numbers. But we were thinking, wow, maybe 800 if we're lucky, maybe we'll push 900, but not 1,000.
Because he didn't boost as much in the PCA, right, compared to it. Comparatively.
No.
And so a hard buy-in, but
crucially, the PCA didn't have the same number of qualifiers. The PCA didn't have the support of the spin and goes.
D4? You just folded queen deuce on the button?
Yeah.
Unusual.
Neil Farrell tries to get back in this game, and I guess his best hope is to just find a good spot to get it in and double up.
Yeah, he has to get in fast actually. It's like heads up, it goes so fast that he just after taking a decent spot. King Jack on the button is an awesome spot.
Shoves it once again from the button, and Deseto folds Jack 6. So I'm going to check in once again on the EPT Grand Final main event. Our day 2 coverage starting tomorrow, 12:30 Central European time. We saw some of the online qualifiers. Okay, let's have a look at some of your fellow countrymen. Let's look at some French players competing on day 1B of
there should be a lot today, right?
Including our high-kicking friend Joseph Carlino.
Joseph Carlino, this guy is awesome.
You're a big star in China, no? Singer, no? Movie,
He's a charmer. And there is Patrick Bruel, a genuine French celebrity. But yes, you're right, there are plenty more French players. It's not just Carlino and Broel.
There's only 2 singers, although I don't know if Carlino can qualify as a singer, but he sings more on the poker table than...
He does. Carlino famously final tabled the EPT 11 Deauville, and that's where we met him, and that's where we saw his karate antics.
He sings there too. I was with him at the last FPS in Hanga, and he was at the table, and he started singing, like asking any song, and you can do karaoke request, and it's pretty cool actually.
And we have to thank Joseph Carlino because he is now another EPT Live meme. When a player is KO'd, they get the Carlino boot in the face.
Here's another new meaning to KO tournament. KO tournament. I'm surprised it doesn't leave the queen 4 here on the button either, I think. Especially if you don't expect Doseto to be shoving over the limb too much, you can limb quite a wide range of hand until he does that. But I'm not sure if he would do it, if Doseto would shove light over a limb just because he thinks limbs are weak.
Saturday says, will there be any more live coverage after this heads up? Nope. Once this is concluded and we have a winner and they lift that trophy, we'll wrap today and be back tomorrow. And then we've got 5 continuous days of coverage of the EPT main event, the Season 12 Grand Final, following it through from day 2 to day 6, which is Final Table Day. And we'll cards up all the way here on PokerStars TV.
Crenshaw saying, can someone explain to me why this is a final table, but next to them there's more people playing on other tables? That is where we will be tomorrow. Everyone out in the main event. Don't forget, there's always very rare that only one tournament is going on at any time. There's long festivals with plenty of different events. How many different events was that?
70, you know?
Yeah.
So quite often you'll see the room getting sectioned off into numerous events coinciding.
It's 70 because you want people to be able to play, because now, like, if you were to this tournament, only 2 of them are having fun, right? Still having fun, so you want the other guys to be able to play the tournament.
I'm not sure Neil Farrell's having fun right now. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Yeah, maybe only one of them. I remember the first EPT season 1, there was like 2 events, maybe 3 events.
Yeah.
Like some of them, like, there was like 1 main event and like maybe 1 or 2 side events, 3 event max, and now there's like 70. It's pretty crazy.
So obviously with all these events going on, we can only really pay lip service to most of them. Obviously we had the final table of the Super High Roller yesterday, final table of the FPS main event today, and then it's all about the EPT Grand Final main event. But we like sometimes to mention some of the players who've taken down some of the other events, the so-called side events, in what we like to call the Winners' Parade here on EPT Live. And we start with Chance Cornu, who took down the 10k high roller after a 3-way deal. The FPS high roller was won by Walter Trecarici with nearly 200 grand. Once again, there was a deal, as there was on the super high roller, which Shot Olashemian left the trophy. And of course, you can follow side events via the PokerStarsblog.com, and that's where you'll get live updates right now on day 1B of the EPT main.
So on day 2, they're going to be 30 minutes delayed as well as updates, right? They have to, in order not to spoil the coverage.
Basically, we've asked that any hands from the feature table are not reported until they've appeared on the stream. But obviously, the actual coverage of the tournament as a whole, including updates from the field, no, they're not going to be on a 30-minute delay.
Power is a limp on the button. It was kind of interesting to see those hands here with 5. Okay, that's...
Yeah. Sneasel at the gunner caddy. Thank you. Patrick says, do you think these guys will jump straight into the main event when they're done? They could do that, Patrick. Alternatively, they can wait until tomorrow. Registration for the main event doesn't close until the start of play, noon tomorrow. So maybe they'll come in.
Yeah,
with a
if you lose, you probably should wait tomorrow. It's kind of, I don't know, depends. But if I lose this tournament, I will probably wait until tomorrow to join into the main event.
Desetto shoving. Farrell calls. Desetto with ace-3, but Farrell's got ace-king.
Farrell called pretty fast. He's very confident. And there's good reason, because he's a dominating favorite in this spot.
Dominating favourite for now, but his opponent's been out flopping him.
Yeah, it just feels a bit like Neil's due a bit of run good here.
Pretty good, pretty safe so far.
Yeah.
Safe as it gets, and there's no pair, which is good.
Spades are good for him as well. So Desetto currently drawing to a 3 if he wants to eliminate Neil Farrell in this hand and take down the FPS main event. Well, that's going to seal it.
Double up from Neil Farrell.
Yeah, Desetto drawing dead on the turn, and Neil is now going to be playing a much more comfortable
3,375,000.
23 big blinds. A quick update on another tournament being played today, which is the 50k single day super high roller. 70 entries, so 62 uniques, 8 re-entries. That's beating last year's field. Last year's event, of course, was won by Mustafa Kanat, the first time we ever ran a one-day super high roller on the tour. A prize pool of 3.4 million euros, and that'll be divided between the top 9. The winner will get close to 1,993,000. So Neil may be out of immediate danger now. More than 20 big blinds.
Well, you never know what can happen in poker, man. It goes really, really fast.
Oh yeah.
It can go really slow, really fast, both ways. It's like, kind of the beauty of the game. Like, he's on the way to make the comeback. I mean, he has a very playable stack now as well.
Non, il avait 10 blindes, pardon, 10 blindes.
Yeah, 11, right? But yeah, it was a fine shove, especially from Desetto, like pretty standard shove when it's important on his 11 blind. It's a great hand. It's just
just unlucky to run into
his king in that spot, right? Because Farrell is gonna have to fold most of his holding, and even like the board, he's probably gonna call king, queen, king, jack, those hands where you're like flipping. So now Farrell can actually min-raise all the buttons that don't need to shove.
Those of you still after that free roll password, on the screen, Japanese, Japonais.
You don't pronounce the S at the end of the word.
I'm just trying to help people by saying it phonetically. Otherwise they'll leave off the SL key and then they'll be complaining, why won't the computer recognize my free roll password? 17,000 players registered already, 30,000 total seats available.
Why is it Japanese password?
I believe it's because of the Japanese gardens here in Monaco.
Oh, yes. I've been to them, they're nice actually.
reminder of what's still at play in this 1K tournament. Remember, the prize pool is more than 1.2 million total. And there's pretty much a 90k difference in prize money, 128,000 to the runner-up, 218,000 to the winner. And at no point, even when they were level in chips, was there any discussion of deal.
Elkie being asked on Twitch, are you going to be doing any streaming?
Actually, I'm going to try to stream tonight. I'm not sure where I try and hope the connection is good enough here, because I'm not really sure. But I will try tonight, actually, later, probably around 10 or something, play Sunday Million.
To answer Julius's question on Twitter, the Grand Final main event is not a re-entry event, and late registration is open until the start of day 2.
Yeah, I missed streaming already. It's been like 4 days already only, and but hopefully the last streaming I will do for the trip, so I can be like on the other side. I can be at the feature table, kind of like in Dublin, with hopefully a better ending. So is it fully random, the feature table tomorrow? It's switching every level, right?
It'll be switching on the breaks. So obviously tomorrow is the day where we play 75-minute levels. So 2 levels break.
Okay.
So obviously it's very difficult for us to change feature table when there isn't actually a break.
Yeah, of course.
So we have to wait for those 2 levels to play, then then we'll change. Another 2 levels, and then a change, final 2 levels.
Oh, okay, so 3 different tables tomorrow.
3 different feature tables tomorrow.
There's a hope. There's a hope.
Plenty of opportunity.
And obviously variety is important, but we're still going to be looking for tables that have got obviously familiar faces and good names on.
At this point,
It's getting pretty familiar, no?
He's putting Mal 5 up for James's consideration.
Oh, yeah.
6 deuce against ace tray.
Can the
King high flop.
Turning the 6 now, turning the best hand.
Quietly hoping to get to showdown.
Does get to showdown.
Yeah, I think I would have bet him to say those parties with this scenario, because it's just like so unlikely that you can win the hand with ace high here. It's possible, but not very likely. Yeah. You can bluff a lot of one pair hands too.
Now, of course, we encourage you guys to follow the live updates from the PokerStarsBlog.com in the Grand Final main event. One update we can tell you is that a member of Team PokerStars Pro is among the chip leaders on day 1B. That player is Vanessa Selps, who has a stack of more than 100,000 right now.
100,000.
Talking about updates from the blog team, thank you to Martin Harris, who says, yes, this is the second biggest FPS ever. The biggest was in Deauville in Season 4, which attracted 1,355 players.
Oh, Season 4 was like last year, right? Oh, 2 years ago?
You're going to have a better idea of FPS than I will.
Yeah, I think it was last year, yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, the wheel was really sick, too. But second biggest ever, pretty good.
Especially as we're not even in France.
Yeah, it's kind of like France, come on.
It's like France, but it's not. That should be their slogan. The Monaco Tourist Board. It's like France, but it's not.
Depends what's not like France. And Neil defending the Queen 7 suited here. Pretty much the worst flop. Not the worst ever, but what is the check now? What the? What? That's so weird that I checked twice with ace high here. I mean, yeah.
Is he just trying to get Neil to just blow up? It's not really Neil's style, is it? It's not going to get bored.
Yeah, it really depends of the players you're facing. But when the board is so dry, usually because you're gonna bet most of your hands anyways, most of your like no value hands, your air, so you kind of want to bet the ace as well, and you kind of get called by king eye and 8 or 3, or the pocket pair that just decided to flat pre-flop.
Yeah, the soft has done some strange stuff. You think, well, there's a few hands where he's missed out on value powers, but also there's some situations where Neil just must wonder where on earth he is.
Yeah, like the king 3 check raise, that was like, I was pretty surprised.
So, with 9-10 raises, Seto calls with 8-5.
8-5.
He's 6-6 on the flop. Love this tweet from Daryl, by the way. James, I heard yesterday that Joe is moving or has moved back to the States. Sorry, been away from poker for a bit. You have, Daryl. Joe went back last summer. I think it was June he moved back to the States, initially to New Jersey, and recently to Los Angeles.
Yeah, he went to New Jersey just long enough to make his rental agreement hugely expensive and unnecessary. And then bounced another 5 hours west.
So you went back to LA now?
Yep.
Bet of $1 million from Desetto, called by Farrell, who had the best hand on the turn and still has the best hand, and Desetto is going to try another bluff.
Such a weird spot to bluff here. I mean, might work actually, let's see.
It does work, Farrell folds.
Wow, such a 6 spot that it works.
Wow.
Is Neil just like in a I'm never going to win a pot ever again kind of mood?
He is definitely in a funk.
Yeah, this guy will be feeling even worse when he sees the coverage.
Yeah, it's so rare that
you should definitely wait for tomorrow to register the main event, I think.
Definitely now.
So Elkie, this will give you a good idea of what kind of day it's been. This next hand is hand 133 of the final table, and it is the 100th hand of heads up.
Wow, really?
So that's how quick it was to get from 6 to 2.
That was so fast.
And then how long the heads up battle has been.
Yeah, because I was supposed to come at like 7:15 actually. And then they're like, oh, but actually the heads up like 3 hours ago. I was like, what? And this is what Lynch here.
It was hashtag so sick.
That's pretty sick. Who busted everyone? Doseto? Did Doseto bust everyone?
No. The busting has been shared around.
It's good to share the busting.
Yeah, it's only fair. Trying to stay composed when you cannot win a hand.
It's tough when you can't win a hand.
It's hovering around the 18 big blind mark at the moment.
It's tough at live too because the hands are kind of slow, so it feels like you haven't won a hand in forever. When you play online on PokerStars, you get more hands right. So even if you like don't win like 30 hands, still only takes like I don't know, like 6:50, 10 minutes. But live, if you don't win 30 hands, it can take like forever. It feels like forever. And to set up defends the big blind with queen deuce, but he folds the button. That's really weird. Why would he do that? No? Oh, he's kind of
joke. No.
The far is gonna win this pot though. Oh, first in 10 hands. Hey! Celebration!
Yeah.
The C-bet got through.
Every pot counts.
Yeah, especially when you're short. I mean, when you're short, the chips are so much more valuable, right? So, she got shake crazy and it's so sick.
That's on the level. Up to 200,000, 400,000 next.
6 minutes and counting.
Which Bond film's that?
Diamonds Are Forever.
How did I know? How did I know? Could have been anything, but of course. And what happens in that film in 6 minutes? What's the jeopardy?
The giant laser that's floating in space is going to destroy Washington, D.C.
Okay. And what does the counter get to before Bond probably saves the world?
I think it's in the last 20 seconds as Blofeld and the little submarine being swung against the control center so that it blows up. Julian Fernandez is the player on the right. Looks a third place finisher, which seems like yesterday.
He looks much happier now than when he was still in the game, so good on him.
In a very serious expression. By the way, Julian Fernandez, third place finisher, his first ever recorded cash out key.
Oh, really? That's pretty nice.
89k. If you're going to make a debut on Hendon Bob, decent debut.
Yeah, that's very nice. My debut was pretty weak, I think. It was like €700 at some side event in the wheel.
Oh, I can beat that. I think my one's £63 or something. Something very poor.
Matt, we're going to look it up.
Good luck picking out that from my one recorded cash ever.
Talk about the poker in case something happens.
Okay, nothing has happened. Hand over. Thanks, James. I felt like I was in charge for an exciting moment.
Matthew Brown.
What was the amount? I said £63.
Well, first of all, let's do some stats.
Okay.
Matthew Brown, you are 291,881st on the all-time money list.
Sweet.
Top 300,000, not bad.
Hey, but at least I'm on the list, right? Yeah?
On the England all-time money list, 15,484th.
That doesn't sound quite so good, but do keep going.
One recorded cash.
Nice.
8th of August, 2008, on the Grosvenor UK Poker Tour in Luton.
I always went for the great locations.
In a £100 side event, you came 8th for £300.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Right.
That's more than I thought. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you look up the Essex all-time money list,
I mean, that is.
I'm probably top 20.
Interestingly, you are 10,673rd in the popularity rankings, which when you consider that you're around 300,000...
Yeah, you're pretty popular, actually. Wow, good job.
I'll take that. I'm going to get a t-shirt with that printed up, I can assure you.
Aha, James Artigan. Yeah. Wow.
See, but look at him, he's got a full page.
You're crushing him.
How many did he buy into himself, though? That's the question.
All but one.
Right, okay.
Oh, you played the UK IPT. Your cash is very recent too. October 2015. Wow, congrats.
Look at that. At one point, apparently, I was 54,000th on the all-time money list.
4-5 off for Mr. Farrell. Versus the King 9. Limped to the pot.
Well, that could be an action flop with an open ender against the top pair. A pretty standard continuation bet here, especially because the board is so dry. You expect Cosito to fold a lot of his hands he's getting to the flop with. Obviously not a king, but defending so light that. See if he's going for the raise.
I believe
like
so.
It looks like he raised. It looks like he has a.
Yeah. The fact that everything froze.
Yeah, because like you can't really, I don't know what the chip size is, but when he bets and he stares at the guy, it's usually a raise. Otherwise, if you just call, you wouldn't really stare at the guy. You just like look at the dealer and wait for the next card.
That's a call.
How much is that? How much? He called for 1 million, so he has 2 million left.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much the best turn card ever for Cosito.
Yeah.
It's actually the best ever because like even if Farrell the king now is winning,
Neil's got about 3.3 million behind, by the way.
After the bet.
After that Dax update.
Cool.
Batman on Twitter asks, did I miss the colour of Matt's socks?
You did. They were green and purple here because I'm wearing the Hulk socks.
Hulk?
King lose to 3, one of them.
It's back to 10 to 1 chip lead for Dosito.
We'll see, man. I mean, I already know. Okay. What? I already know.
You already know, see.
And the good news for Neil Farrell, by good news I mean bad news, is that the blinds are going up in 30 seconds time to 200, 400.
I call.
Okay.
Sounds like an aggressive call.
Yeah.
I check. Okay. King 3, 5-4. So the flop.
That's pretty unusual to limp with King 3 in this 10 blinds deep.
On. That'll do it. Back to 14 bigs, 13 bigs is been around there a while. And blinds are now up 200,000, 400,000, 50k ante.
Thank you to Nick Wright from the blog team directing me to the best debut cash ever on Ender Bob. Stanley Choi from China. His debut cash was in August 2012 in the Macau High Stakes Challenge Super High Roller. First, for 50 million Hong Kong dollars, which translates to 6.5 million US.
Wow. Pretty nice start.
Yeah.
He is number 1 on the China all-time money list.
Who'd have thought? Who'd have thunk of it? Must be nice. Yeah, but how popular is he?
Considering he's like in the top 100 on the all-time money list, I'm going to say probably more than you, sir.
Pretty popular.
So inside of China too. Being number 1 in China usually makes you popular like right away in the world.
So Neil Farrell, although he's got his stack up to 4 million, it's only translates to 10 big blinds now. 200,000, 400,000, 50,000 ante. Level 35 of the FPS Monaco main event.
Is there a dinner schedule?
I imagine the dinner break will probably be at the end of this level. Apparently they put in a 60-minute dinner break if you're at this level.
Sometimes they might just agree to not take it now. Maybe not with this TV core or something. But
yeah, that's the thing. You see, we've got people who've been working very hard.
Yeah, I know. But like if I like you see like opportunity has like 4 or 5 blinds, you don't really want to. You're gonna have to shove on the next hand. You probably don't want to go take an hour break and and come back with it, you know.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the most painful hour-long.
Yeah.
Sitting there staring at your sausage and
Well, of course, you have to take into consideration the TV crew that works really hard. They're doing a great job, by the way. It's really really awesome show.
I agree. They're doing a good job. Well, they work hard. Yeah.
It's gonna be recorded anyway, so they're all gonna hear it. Like, we're doing a good job. Do they work hard?
You see Simon Hemsworth chimes in on our Chinese superstar and his $6.5 million debut cash. Simon says if his second cash was some 10 by rebike comp, he'd be my hero.
In Luton. Oh.
Where's Luton, by the way?
Just north of London.
Yeah.
How far north?
The irony is you mock it, but actually the G Casino Luton is one of my preferred places in the UK to play.
I've not been there since 2008.
It's actually quite a nice venue.
Is it far up north or?
No. I'm mostly north of London. It's kind of the Luton Airport's within commuting distance of London. Do you know what, Elkie? I'm going to help you out with some Google Maps action.
Wow.
Google Maps.
Hey, no, didn't you live in London for years?
Yeah.
How do you not know where Luton is? It's one of the major airports.
I've never been there. I don't know.
I can't. Do you know, I've lived there for like 45 years now. It's very.
Oh, there are 14 football league. When you Google Luton, it's like football things that come. Mostly sunny. Wow. 14 degrees Celsius now.
It's all about the weather in Luton.
So there you go, Elkie. There's London. There's the M25 circle, and there's Luton.
It's not that close. I mean, okay.
Well, it's reasonably close.
Yeah, it isn't really close. Okay.
It was back in the days where you had to be there at the very beginning, otherwise you got disqualified. And it was so frustrating. And I was meant to play in a whole bunch of games in that series, and the traffic, there was a whole bunch of roadworks being done, and I
missed disqualified. Holy shit, that's sick.
Yeah. It's like, and they were like, "Oh, I'm afraid if you're not here for the first hand, that's it, you're disqualified."
I don't want to flip with you today.
Yeah, if that would on, I don't think they would have gotten 1,000 players at the EPT Monaco.
I think that's a very...
They probably got half of them.
Very key point.
I mean, especially now because they have 70 events going on in the festival, it makes a lot of sense to let people register, right? Because they want to get on it. They want to get in on the action, like after they finish another tournament. So
yeah, I could never understand. It seemed like one of the strangest rulings ever. I keep thinking this is like the audience in the background. It's like, this is like some sort of huge show, and this is a stage, and everyone here is sat out watching. And then you realise they're actually probably having.
They're probably watching on their. They're watching you guys. Yeah. They're watching us on their phone, actually.
Hello, everybody. All in with the pocket threes. 6-3.
Yeah, he wants to have a count with 6-3. Why? He could just count his. Technically, he could just count his own chips and deduct the opponent's chips because it adds up, right? Yeah, if you know how many chips are there total, you can just know how many chips you have, and then.
Yeah, you'd think he would know roughly what he's got, so therefore roughly what Neil's got.
Plus, he's not gonna call with 6-3 off anyway. So probably he's not gonna call more than 2 blinds, more than a 3 blind shot with 6-3 off.
Home sounds like call a lot. It does. It really does.
He's a sport and call. I know he said fold. That's not a call. Let's not say fold him on his fold.
Neil is really getting value for money on that last beer.
Well, I don't know if you get that much value. Beers are pretty expensive in Monaco, right?
That's true. I don't know how many hours you would need to make it last.
I don't know what the value. How much is the value in the poker tournament? I know the Red Bull is €9, so.
Kevin asks what hand are they on? Had to run out when they went 3-handed. This is hand 145, approximately the 112th hand of heads-up play.
Nice. Pocket sevens for Deceptor.
Neil Farrell hovering around the 10 big blind mark at the moment.
You just score?
No, it's a raise to 1.5 million.
What? What were you with that much?
Oh, ace jack for Farrell.
Oh, this is the end. There's no way Farrell.
Very doomsday. Oh, this is the end.
Oh, this is the end. The hand they're going all in. Not necessarily the end.
A key hand, and it's
not
a key race. And it's a race that Neil Farrell needs to win. Ace jack against sevens. His overcards need to hit. If sevens hold, Stefan Desetto has won the FPS main event.
They said chez moi, je vais aller chez lui. They said chez moi, je vais aller chez lui. They said chez moi, je vais aller chez lui.
Dos Seto has 2 sevens.
Yeah. 2 sevens. Yeah. It's your hand.
There's This could be a race that decides the winner of this 1K tournament. Oh. It is always coming. 7.
Oh putain, si tu gagnes.
He hasn't won yet though, he's only pretty sick.
Well, exactly. You've got to be careful how big you celebrate when there's still 2% to be dodged.
He was 5'7", 5'6", 7", I guess. It's okay.
Very likely that Neil Farrell will be drawing dead on the turn. Needs running cards now.
Queen out 10.
Oh, yeah, just for a bit of a sweat through.
Are we going to get a sweat on the turn or will it be over?
One time.
We had a sweat. Neil Farrell takes up the gut shot and he can still survive and double up with a queen on the river.
That feels the best actually when you like when I suck it out like that. Especially after the guys today, but it. Oh man.
Nearly 10 million in the middle up for grabs if he can pull this miracle.
There's a heart. It's like it's halfway done actually. You had to get perfect like 10 or queen 10 and you already got like so.
4 outs for Neil Farrell. Needs head on the river or we have a champion here in Monaco.
For us is a lot, man.
The river cards a 3 and that'll do it. A Frenchman wins the France Poker Series Monaco main event. Neil Farrell, the EPT 12 Malta champion, is the runner-up. Neil Farrell collects 128k.
I was like, how am I meant to win this one?
218,000 for the winner, and very soon he'll be presented with the Champions Trophy. He won his seat in a live satellite and he's cashing out for the biggest score of his career. And Neil Farrell just couldn't get it going heads up.
Just didn't seem to be able to get a single hand coming his way for that whole last session.
I just couldn't.
You can hear. It wasn't his day.
Yeah, pretty nice to get second when it's not his day though.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not on my day and I busted the one. But yeah, I couldn't really do much in heads up, I think, from what the hand we saw.
Stéphane Desetto is a winner here in Monaco on the France Poker Series. As this tournament concludes, along with our coverage of the FPS main event. And that means tomorrow we're going to be switching things back to the European Poker Tour, picking up on day 2 of that 5K main event. So how did things end here today? We started with 6 the best, the final 6 from the 1,261 who began. It began with a double elimination, Elkie. Miguel Silva and Jean-Baptiste Bertrand busted in the same hand.
Against who?
We lost. The Italian online qualifier in 4th. Julian Fernandez went out in 3rd, and after a long heads-up battle, Stéphane Desetto is the champion. And the winner of the FPS main event is now down on the floor with our colleague, Joe Stapleton.
Stéphane Desetto, how do you feel right now?
Better than an hour ago.
How about better than you have for the rest of your life?
Oh, good things for the rest of my life.
Absolutely. Now, tell me a little bit about your last name and what that hand right there means.
You say my name, so you can see the relation with this hand, you know. I got 2-7 and my name is Dosetto in Italiano, so Duoset is Dosetto, so that's why it's like a crazy story to win with this hand.
You won with this hand, you had a big hand yesterday also.
And I hit the 7-2 yesterday on the turn, was better.
And you had a really good friend make the final table with you today. How cool was that?
It's like incredible. Like no one can imagine on 1,200, maybe 60 people to get like 2 friends on the same table. It's like crazy, really. It's like crazy.
And this is the biggest win of your poker career. What's next?
It is, about the next, I don't know. I'm just gonna enjoy this one first, and I will see for the second one.
All right, let's let him enjoy this one first. Let's get a big round of applause for the Poker Stars in Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final France Poker Series Monaco main event champion, Stéphane Desetto.
Congratulations to Stefan and congratulations to Joe for nailing that rather mouthy title. At this point, we're going to thank Elkie for the time he spent with us in the booth. Thank you for your analysis during that heads-up battle.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me, and I hope I won't see you again this trip because I win the main event. As much as I enjoyed the time being here.
Well, we hope we see Elkie and Mal 5 on the feature table tomorrow when we bring you day 2 coverage from the EPT main. Right now, let's present the winner of the FPS main event with his trophy.
Welcome to the winner's presentation for the Poker Stars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final Season 12 France Poker Series Monaco main event. Joining me on stage is EPT manager Cedric Bulot, tournament director Thomas Lamache. Before we hand off the trophy to our deserving winner, just a quick word from Cedric.
Thank you, Joe. Hello everyone and good evening. I will do a quick word in French and in English just to say a big thank you to all the players who played this huge French Poker Series event. It was the second largest in history. Just to let you know, the next season is going to be announced in the very next days, so stay tuned on pokerstars.fr to get all the information. So thank you everyone. I will switch to French now. Je voulais juste dire merci à tous les joueurs qui ont participé au deuxième plus gros France Poker Series de l'histoire, 1255 joueurs. Et également félicitations à notre vainqueur à qui on va redonner le trophée dans quelques minutes. La prochaine saison des France Poker Series sera annoncée dans quelques jours, donc restez branchés, suivez bien l'actualité de pokerstars.fr pour les prochaines aventures. Merci à tous.
All right, first of all, let's get a big round of applause for our runner-up, Neil Farrell. And now there's only one thing left to do. Let's hand off our trophy to our champion, Stefan Dosetto.
So thank you for watching the FPS main event final table. Tomorrow we switch to EPT main event. Live updates from day 1B available right now at thepokestarsblog.com. Our coverage kicks off at 12:30 Central European time tomorrow here on PokerStars TV. Excited for cards up?
I can't wait. It's going to feel so much different from today and yesterday.
PokerStars TV, 12:30 Central European time, Monday the 2nd of May. We look forward to seeing you then. For now, from Joe Stapleton, Matt Broughton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Monaco.
Mm-hmm.